It's time to check your boarding passes. This is flight 923 directly to beautiful Beechwood, Ohio for the Cuyahoga Tree Symposium. People are still coming in, so we will not start for 10 minutes. Okay, coffee, breakfast, network, and see you in 10 minutes.
involved as I started to hear from people. And anybody who tells you that advocacy doesn't work or doesn't help is wrong. I heard first and probably foremost from Jim Rokakis, an old friend of mine who was at the Western Reserve Land Conservancy. And he would sit and go through the wonders of trees. I almost thought they were like miracles after listening to him. And then there were a number of folks at the Holden Forests and Gardens that came in and talked to me about trees, and Brian Zimmerman at the Metro Parks, and Randall McShepard, who is the head of Riddall Urban Farm, was extremely helpful and persuasive. And then most important is the director of sustainability at the county, which I think you'll hear from, is Mike Foley, standing in the back. You can all applaud for Mike Foley. Mike and I worked together in the state legislature for a number of years, so I came to know and respect Mike. And when I went to county executive, I was able to persuade him to take a low-paying job to come work at the county, and he never fails to remind me that he should get a raise. But he's done really tremendous work in sustainability for the county and really put us on the map for sustainability. I think we have the first and maybe only county climate change action plan around, which we are not just, it wasn't just a plan to put on a shelf, but it was to implement. And we continuously are fulfilling the promises made in that plan. The healthy urban tree canopy that the county started, I think, is also one of the first, if not the only, effort by a county like ours to really build back the tree canopy, which was sorely in need of supports here in Cuyahoga County. We've now done 3 years of funding at the county of the tree canopy program, supporting 7,500 trees, new trees to be planted, and not just the trees to be planted, but the means to maintain them, which is critically important. I've been advised that in other efforts to plant trees in the past, they get planted and then they die. And you get a good headline when you plant the trees and then that's it. So Mike and the county have been very careful about using the funds to create a sustainable tree canopy improvements and have maintenance out there to support the trees. So I'll keep it short because I know you have really a full agenda, but I want to say that, I'll be leaving my post in a few more months. I'm not running for re-election, and my term ends at the end of December. But I will tell you that this climate change plan that we've put in place is truly transformative. It takes more than 2 or 3 years to implement a real plan like what we have. So I'm expecting that it will be continuing after I leave. I know Mike is committed to doing that if he doesn't get fired. And but I think it's also up to all of you. Just as the advocacy got it started, we need your advocacy to make sure it continues. And it will, I'm confident, as long as you all stay on top of it and make sure it continues. It's truly amazing what the county is doing. The county has, through its work, influenced others to do more of the same kind of work that we're doing. And we truly can become again the forest city. So thank you for what you've done, what you're doing, and what you will do in the coming years. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Budish. Many of us in this room have taken good advantage of the county Healthy Urban Tree Canopy grants over the 3 years. A few nuts and bolts. We're trying to operate a symposium that is reduced in material consumption and therefore waste. There are compost bins at the back, recycling bins around. They're quite visible. We have a reduced waste breakfast and lunch for you. So we will appreciate if you help us put things in the proper bins and the like. I want to call out our vendors. We have taken a different approach to vendors with this. None of the big operations. We have gone toward startups, new operations, that which we think is the future of providing trees and tree-related products in Cleveland. And so I'll start with Diane Quimper from Cleat Tree Revival, who has stood up in the back. She has artwork that has to do with legacy trees in Cleveland, including the Moses Cleveland trees. And some of her artwork is going to grace the schedule slides that you'll see throughout the day here. And then the others are very interesting to us because they all represent the activity of sourcing tree seeds locally and raising them locally. Okay, you know that normally trees ordered from a major supplier, a nursery, will have their origins out of state often. Okay, this is in the spirit of this symposium to try to understand the local component to trees and build upon that local component. We have Julie Slater, new operation with Meadow City Native Plant Nursery. And Julie will also be supplying us with 12 trees for a raffle. Okay, and so all of your names have been entered into a raffle, and toward the end of the day, we will announce that, and Julie will tell you what we have to offer. There are 4 different species to take away. Okay, 3 trees of 4 different species. All right, and then finally we have Riddall Green Partnership, but Riddall Native Tree Nursery represented in the back of the room. And we all know Riddall, who's been around for a long time, doing many wonderful things in the Kinsman area. And nursing trees is a new operation for them. Helping in their process is Phil Kinson, who is, those of us who know him admire him greatly for, once again, sourcing local tree seeds. And this is the way we must go. So what I see here between Riddall and Meadow City is the way to begin putting in orders for locally sourced native trees for specialized operations. These are small at the moment, but they will be growing. And we have to aid groups like this. Another one that was not able to make it is the West Creek Conservancy Nursery based at Stearns Park or Stearns Home in Parma. Okay. Stearns Farm in Parma. A staffing shortage there prevented them from coming. But once again, another operation dealing in locally sourced native trees. The continuing education materials will be available after the symposium, and that will become obvious. Cell phones, please mute them. And I think that's it. All right, so to the symposium itself. Our goal is to bring up trees in their local context, their county context as much as possible. And we have chosen the county as the name for the symposium and the aerial focus for a couple of reasons. And one has to be that county urban tree grant program, which 3 years now is county-wide. And beyond that, the organizers seem to come up on a county basis. And this all began quite a few months ago with discussions between me and Robert Brand here from Cuyahoga County Board of Health, and also from Myron Borchards, with Myron Borchards at the time with the sewer district, a watershed team leader with the regional sewer district. So here we were, three watersheds guys, interested in trees, and especially interested in what I feel is the focus of this first symposium, and that is once again, the local tie, connecting trees to their environments, whether it's the seeds or growing them in accordance to what nature suggests is possible here. So we began on a watersheds basis, and quite quickly, the interest went into the health benefits of trees. And then Robert brought in John Utech from the Cleveland Clinic. John, can you wave your hand in the back there, who is representing the clinics and other healthcare institutions' interest in the health impacts of trees. And with John came Julie Milinovich, who is probably outside. Julie, if you can, yes, wave. The two together have brought a lot of resources from the clinic. We very much appreciate, for example, our catered meals today are courtesy of the clinic. And so I'll get back to Myron with the sewer district, but quickly we realized that we didn't have any classic tree people. You know, the county is full of tree people, and there's an overlap with watersheds, but we needed to get that, and we needed to get into the communities. And so we then opened up our organizing group, bringing in Kathy Len from the city of Cleveland. Kathy, I hope you can wave. And Colleen Berg from Ohio Department of Natural Resources. Colleen. Yes, there you are, Colleen. Okay. And then, now let's see, who am I missing here? Samira Malone, of course. Samira Malone, who unfortunately could not be here today from the Cleveland Tree Coalition. And then lastly, but not least, Chris Vild of the city of Beechwood, a longtime tree person around the county, who then suggested that we might be able to have this venue. So, and then as you'll see, our panelists, especially, the symposium is divided into presentations and a panel discussion. The presentations are, going to be symposium presentations, somewhat academic and large in scope. The panel discussion will be on the issues of bringing trees to Cleveland, Cuyahoga communities. Okay. Sorry. And so before we begin, I would like to give you my personal remarks on this symposium, what I think it means. Some of you know me as a fellow who always seems to be about trying to get people to look around, especially under their feet, geology, archaeology, basic ecology, watersheds, hydrology, of course. And what I have learned is that you must look around to your environment to understand its issues, and the issues that we have are all human induced. So my archaeological perspective on human transformations is what guides my looking around. And then trees are the basic ecological system on top of that substrate, the rocks and waters, so to speak. So looking around, studying, trying to interpret issues and potential solutions is always important to me. And I think that this symposium really will help us all look around. So I'd like to suggest that for Chris Vild, Mr. Vild, and Mayor Burns, the beech in Beechwood, what does it mean? Well, it's spelled B-E-A-C-H, but it was initially proposed as B-E-E, because this is the area of, on the east side, high area of Cuyahoga County, the beech maple forest complex. Okay. So as you look around this area, Beechwood, beech trees, well, maybe we don't want to be planting beech trees right now. We don't know that beech trees have problems and we're not sure what comes of that. But the beech of beech maple has maple as an association, but other species as well. So it's this basic nature that can guide us for planting in these areas. And from this area of the county, I want to go to the other end, the southwest, and Jen Greiser. Jen, I had the pleasure of working with Jen last year on the Moses Cleveland Tree Survey, and Jen would send back these beautiful photos of Moses Cleveland trees still standing in Brecksville. And along Fitchwater Road, they were the white oaks. What are those white oaks telling us? Well, once again, white oaks are beautiful trees, ecologically complex in themselves, but they also have these associations. So in that part, those flanks of the Cuyahoga Valley and other streams, we want to be looking to oaks. Okay, did it again. And then lastly, I want to bring us up into Cleveland, and Erica Barnett, Famicos Foundation. I hope she's here by now. David Wilson, Land Studio. And I want to suggest, so in Huff, on East 79th, what does that odd evening primrose growing in a vacant lot, struggling along on a vacant lot tell you? And what does that old photograph of a scraggly black oak on Euclid Avenue at 93rd tell us? Well, first of all, it tells us that there was a buried stream there, Spring Pond Brook, that no longer exists, and these trees had some relationship with that. But it also speaks to a series of beech ridges that gave us an oak openings kind of ecological system in that area. And it's gone. We dealt with it a long time ago, but still, that nature struggles to grow. And we can look at it and bring it back to those neighborhoods, and especially those underserved neighborhoods. It's just so great to be able to give a vision of what nature was and how some of it can be brought back. So that's what I want to give to you as we start here. Look around to the nature in place, even though it's been transformed, and let's develop a vision from that. Okay, thank you. And right, so we go into session number 1, which is the evolution of the native forest. And our first speaker is Professor Catherine Flynn from Baldwin Wallace. Katie, would you come up? Thank you. I want to say that it's the paper is 2017. The paper for the surveyor's notebooks, published in which year for interpreting the trees in the surveyor's notebooks? Yeah, 2018. 2018. All right. I stumbled on this paper in 2018, talking about what Professor Flynn's going to talk about, and I was so happy to see it. So I'm happy that Katie Flynn is here today.
All right, thank you. I'm glad to be here. Like you said, I'm Katie Flynn, Baldwin Wallace University. I'm an ecologist, and for the last 7 years or so, I've been working on historical ecology, so trying to understand the pre-settlement vegetation of Cuyahoga County and how exactly it has changed over the past 200 years. Before I get started, I'd like to thank my co-authors and collaborators in this work. Many Baldwin Wallace students, including Tyler Mahaney, James Watling at John Carroll, Connie Hausman at Cleveland Metro Parks. So I think that I am the first talk because it's my job to give us some context for our discussions today, some temporal context and some regional context. And the types of questions that we're trying to understand here, these are from Wendell Berry But what has happened here? What is here now? What is left of the original natural endowment? What has been lost? What has been added? And finally, how can we mend the damages we have done? So these are the types of questions that motivate our work. The main tool that we have been using to understand the historical vegetation has been the original land surveys of Cuyahoga County, which were completed between 1790 and 1807. So surveyors covered the county, surveying half-mile segments, and on each of those lines, they listed all the tree species they encountered in descending order of abundance. So usually about 10 to 12 tree species per line. And they also included descriptions of things like topography and soils. So we located all of these original surveys that are extant. They're mostly in the Western Reserve Historical Society. You can find the original hand-sewn field notebooks from these surveyors. This is an example of what they sound like. And one of the first things that we learned from looking at these surveys is just the composition of habitats around the year 1800. So we found that the county, according to this sample, was 94% forested, with an additional 4.7% of forested wetland. So if you add that up, that's really like 98.7% forested. 0.7% in open types of wetlands, and then also a small bit in open oak woods or oak savanna. We found no evidence for any prairie or grassland in the county. To compare that today, so today the county is about 77% development, including lawns, and about 20% forest. And to put that in context, if we compare that to some other landscapes, the 5 boroughs of New York have about 5% forest. The entire country of the United Kingdom has only 13% forest. So we're sitting at 20% for the county, which is comparable to a country like Belgium, for example. And all of Ohio has 30% forest cover. So we mapped these original land surveys. This is a map of the data. And the colors in this figure represent the tree species that were listed first on each line, which means they were supposed to be the most abundant tree species on each line. So you can kind of get a sense of the patterns here. The blue colors are beech and sugar maple. Red is oak. The orange is chestnut. So this is what we had to work with as far as mapping those line descriptions. Then if you look at all the tree species that were mentioned in these surveys, these are the top 8 most common trees around the year 1800. So ash, basswood, beech, chestnut, hickory, maple, oak, and tulip poplar. And together these trees comprise 88% of all the observed trees in the surveys. So these were really most of the trees that were observed. Then what we have done with this information more recently is some ecological niche modeling, or also called species distribution modeling. And the way this works is that we related these species occurrences, as described by the land surveyors, to environmental variables like slope, aspect, elevation, soil type. And then we use these relationships to predict where species were likely to have occurred. So as you saw, the land surveys are only a sample of the landscape. They're a grid. But we have this environmental information for the whole county. So using those relationships, then we were able to predict all the places where the species were likely to have occurred. So we have created maps like this for each tree species or taxon, which show where they were most likely to have occurred. And here the blue colors are more likely to have occurred, the yellow is less likely. And we also classified this in a binary way. So, you know, suitable and unsuitable habitat. So these models estimate that about 52% of the county would have been suitable habitat for American beech. And you can see here very clearly the pattern that Roy already mentioned, which is that the main thing that we found driving these distributions was the difference between the higher elevation Allegheny Plateau areas and the central lowlands physiographic province. So this is the big physiographic division in our county. And we found a lot of species following this pattern where they would occur either on the Allegheny Plateau or the lowlands. So we have created maps like this again for every tree species. One I want to mention in particular is the chestnut, because as you know, the chestnut has been lost to the chestnut blights, kind of functionally extinct, even though it's present as sprouts. So it's very difficult to know about its ecology. And although, you know, we do now have resistant trees that have been developed by traditional breeding and by genetic engineering, but where should we plant them? What should we do with them? Because we don't really know as much about their ecology. So this approach was actually, you know, pretty useful because we were able to predict where chestnut would have occurred and where would be suitable habitat. For example, if you wanted to plant resistant chestnuts. We also classified the data from the original land surveys into forest types and created maps of where these forest types would have occurred. So this is our best estimate of the forest types that would have occurred in Cuyahoga County around the year 1800. So you can see the yellow and the light green are beech maple types. The white is a almost pure beech type. And then you have like the pink and burgundy are different oak types. You also have small areas of wetland types like ash elm. And again, you know, this really, our finding was that this really followed the topography, physiography of the county, with a big difference between the Allegheny Plateau and the lowlands. So basically, yes, we live in the beech maple forest region as mapped by Lucy Brown in 1950. That's the red area, the beech maple forest region. But what does that really mean? From our work, we found that basically about half of the county would have been covered by beech maple forests, forests dominated by beech, maple, or beech and maple. And about the other half of the county would have been covered by oak dominated forests, oak hickory, oak chestnuts, oak forests. And this was actually the original meaning of the beech maple forest region. So it's a little misleading because not everywhere is beech maple, but we found about half the county in beech dominated forests, half the county in oak dominated forests, according to those models. Then we also compared the situation in 1800 to contemporary data from the Cleveland Metro Parks. So these are 400 10th hectare plots sampled every 5 years. So it's a good sample of the current vegetation preserved in the Metro Parks as a point of comparison. And one thing we found there was that there have been huge changes in the forest types that are present, of course. So, you know, again, in 1800, mostly beech and oak dominated forests. By 2014, beech and oak dominated forests are now relatively uncommon, whereas maple has become really dominant. So this is one reason, for example, that we don't really need to be planting more red maples if we want to have vegetation that's representative of our region. What has been lost and gained? Good news is no tree species have been lost. We still have all the tree species that were present in 1800, so that's great. And we have also gained 11 new tree species, which have been planted. And the good news there is that none of them are super problematic. So probably the most invasive one is the Norway maple, and its frequency in that 2014 data set was only 1%. So that's actually pretty great news for our overall tree flora. One other big finding comparing 1800 to 2014 was that the forests and plant communities have become more homogeneous over time. So whereas in 1800, we found all these different forest types in different places that were really differentiated, in 2014, all of this was kind of mashed together, where now if you go to different locations, they are more similar to each other in composition. So all of the vegetation is basically homogenized due to human disturbance. So I have, a lot more I could say, but we have a lot more of this symposium. So I'll leave you with some take-home messages. My first message is we really need forests as well as street trees, and that's because forests support our native biodiversity. Forests are the native vegetation of 98.7% of Cuyahoga County, and so most of our native species are forest species. And so if we want to support our native biodiversity, we really need forest habitats. So again, we found that nearly all forests in Cuyahoga County were either beech or oak dominated. Right now in Cuyahoga County, we have 20% forest cover. We have all of our native trees and only 1% frequency of invasive trees. So that's great. More good news, if you leave a plot of land long enough, it will become a forest in Cuyahoga County. But it's not a great idea to just wait around, because that'll take several hundred years and probably turn out with a different composition than you want. So we do have the information that we need. We know which trees were abundant here. We have mapped where they should thrive. So we have the information we need to plant native trees in good places and to cultivate forests that are representative of our natural heritage and our native biodiversity. I just want to quickly mention what are we working on now? So now we're trying to get a better understanding of some of the changes that took place in the 20th century, and especially how those land use changes of the 20th century affected forests, the size, shape, distribution of forests, and also, how our current forests are a biased sample of the forests of the past. And we're doing that by comparing aerial photos from 1938, 1980, and today. If you want to learn more about our work, talk to me today. Here's my email. The publications of all of this work are available on my website. And yeah, I'll be happy to take questions. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, well, this means that, this is a gradient of how likely it is to occur. But again, if you classify that into suitable, use a threshold and classify it into suitable and unsuitable, it's 52% of the county. So it is occurring on some of those green and yellow areas. So yeah, maybe this captures it better, because I think you're talking about those really beach dominated areas, which would be in white here. Yeah. In the back. Yeah, of course. There's a concern about the calorie pair. Absolutely. Yeah, that wasn't huge in that was our sample of the Cleveland Metro Parks vegetation. So it's probably much greater concern outside the metro parks. Yes. Bill? Well, they're welcome to do so, and we can provide these maps. Yes. Well, if you're interested in having forests that are representative of our native vegetation, yes. All right, I'll let the next person go. Thank you.
Dr. Lyric, I'd just like to make a quick announcement from our Zoom audience for those presenters who are continuing following this next introduction. If you wouldn't mind, if there is Q&A afterwards, please repeat the question for our Zoom audience to make sure they can hear. We are able to keep up in the chat, but just to make sure the Zoom gets the full experience of the questions being asked in the room, we'll ask that the presenter please repeat the question and proceed with their answer. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Yes. All presenters, please repeat the questions. And we'll have time for just a few questions after each presentation. We can take them up possibly at the end of the session, depending on time, and later on in the day. Thank you, Katie. Very nice. And I want to introduce John Gonzalez, who was just speaking from the sewer district. And I neglected to mention the resources made available to us by the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. And I did mention that Myron Borchards, at the time, an employee of the district, was one of the original organizers. And then he left for bluer parts of the country, Puget Sound. And so I believe that, good day, Myron. I think you are watching us from 3 time zones away today. Anyway, we appreciate what you have done for us to help us get going, and then giving it off to Keith McClintock, who may be here, and then Brandon Burns and Kevin Harrison, who are sitting at the table, and John Gonzalez later on came in really to do a great job with the IT. All right, so that is very nice, Katie. And I'm going to try to reconfigure. I'm more comfortable presenting in front of the laptop. Can I be heard? Very good. All right, so this is very good. Following on Professor Flynn, I'm going to look at another way, another means to identify the native forest, so to speak. And I'm going to concentrate on the Moses Cleveland trees, and in particular, the Moses Cleveland tree oaks. And I will be looking at these oaks, a number of species, in terms of their ecological specificity, their geographic diversity, and their anchor functions in new forests or regrown forests, especially in the more urban areas of the county. And that plays into climate resilience. Who knows what the rest of the presenters bring today? Of course, this whole symposium is in the context of climate change, and I'll try to bring a little of that out. So oaks, why oaks? And many of you know Doug Tallamy, kind of the right person at the right time these days in terms of presenting nature, topics in nature to the general public. And He has a book called The Nature of Oaks, which goes through the 12-month cycle of an oak tree or trees. And the big thing about the oaks for looking at them from the top down is that they are large, generally long-lived trees, and they host complex ecologies. And so just a smattering of photos of the critters that can occupy an oak tree, a large oak tree, according to Doug Tallamy, 500-600 species of caterpillars, for example, among quite a number of oaks. So once again, from the top down, the oaks are very good. And as we have heard, oaks were a substantial part of our native forest. And now I want to go in from the bottom up and talk about the Moses Cleveland trees, but I'll preface that by introducing the person, the man who was responsible for the Moses Cleveland trees and our basic understanding of the native forest of the county until the more modern studies have begun to appear. And that man was Arthur Williams. You've seen some of his photographs earlier today of the Moses Cleveland trees. And it was in 1946 that he developed this program for the Cleveland Sesquicentennial. And that was simply to get identify 150 trees around the county that were 150 years old for the sesquicentennial. And Mr. Williams, Dr. Williams, was a forest ecologist, and he really tried to, in the Moses Cleveland trees, represent as many species of the native forest as was possible, given that not all species are long-lived and charismatic, shall we say. So certainly not all of them, but as many as he could. And that ended up being 23 species of Moses Cleveland trees designated from 1946 to 1986. The program was carried on by the Early Settlers Association of the Western Reserve in the 70s and 80s. And then before he retired, Arthur Williams published a slim volume, The Native Forests of Cuyahoga County, out of print now, but still something that's dear to my heart because his way of working was field studies, of course, surveys of tracts of land, particularly in Metro Parks Forest, but in other areas as well. But I think that his great contribution was that working in the 1930s and 40s, he was able to find, the old people who had grown up in the 1890s with a much more forested Cuyahoga County. And he could question them specifically about where certain species were. So between the Moses Cleveland trees and Arthur Williams's field work, he came up with a very interesting presentation of the native forest. All right, so you begin to see today Cuyahoga County in a different way with the two highland areas prominent. I want to back up to say that Williams actually, I think he was the first to see the county in terms of elevations, slopes, substrates, and winds and moisture. Okay. So he had identified the Eastern Highlands, where we now are in Beechwood here, the Western Highlands, which are just as high, but farther south. And then the flanks, the Portage Escarpment itself, and the flanks of the major valleys, Cuyahoga, Chagrin, and Rocky River valleys were important for identifying the forest, and the floodplains themselves within those valleys. And then the lake plain, a very important lake plain, which is flat and was very swampy at the time, with the exception of a number of post-glacial beech ridges. And there are, about a half dozen of these. 3 or 4 are important for habitats because they have sandy substrates, they're well drained, and they're continuous. So they're good ecological corridors, and they tended to breed a more open type of forest. Still forest, of course, but more open. And I mentioned oak openings before. The oaks are the drier trees, some of the species, so they gravitated here. And now in relation to what Katie Flynn just said, I'm going to overemphasize some of these minor environments, such as the beech ridges and the flanks, because they are important urban environments now. They are where people live, as opposed to the floodplains and the steep flanks of the county. And Arthur Williams was also a great appreciator of the westerly winds that we have that produce the snow belt. And for him, the snow belt was the eastern highlands because our winds are westerly. So even we think of the snow belt, it's when those winds whoosh down from the north, like we've had for the last couple of days in the wintertime. But for Williams, it was any westerly wind has the chance to pick up moisture from the central basin and dump it on rising elevation, which is mostly to the east of the Cuyahoga. So at the time, he made a big thing is that the weather station in downtown Cleveland would pick up much less moisture than a station he had established at the North Chagrin Reservation. These are subtleties, but there are these differences that when you go to understand the total forest make a difference. Now, I want to kind of summarize between the 273 Moses Cleveland trees and particularly Arthur Williams's work to come up with a presentation of the forest that's going to parallel what Katie Flynn had to say with maybe a few differences. And these are probably due to the different kinds of historical methods, notebooks versus trees, and the old codgers telling Williams what they experienced. So the highlands, the cooler, the more humid areas are certainly beech dominated. And that comes out in a number of ways. Beech maple, we all know, hemlock beech, important. Beech always on top for these. And then one that's maybe recent, but I've noticed it in my travels, is a hemlock Magnolia acuminata. So cucumber tree, cucumber magnolia association at the base of the ledges all around the county, those Sharon sandstone ledges, always cucumber magnolias at the base mixed in with the hemlocks. Okay, this is our high and cool forest. And then, and it's, we can have a discussion about this, but for my mind, it's the less diverse of our forests and in comparison with what follows here. And so on the Portage Escarpment itself, and on the flanks of the major valleys, and even in other smaller ravines, they are drier in the sense that water drains down the slopes, so it doesn't sit there as wet soil so much. And these are where the oaks come to the fore. And we know they're the oak hickory forests, it's a common name, part of the beech maple complex. And then there's one that he identified as the chestnut oak, not chestnut tree, but chestnut oak. So that is, no, I can't remember the species name right now. But anyway, a particular oak that in Appalachia is called the ridgetop oak. And I'll show you the association with substrate in a few minutes here. It's very interesting. And then he was big on these beech ridges as providing a kind of black oak savanna. So black oak, Quercus velutina, a kind of fire resistant, a more fire resistant oak. Anyway, these forests, although smaller than the beech maple, tend to be a little more diverse. And then interestingly, the most diverse forests tended to be those that were either really high, but especially low in the floodplains, dominated by elm and quite a range of wet oaks such as swamp white and pin oak, red oak as well. And then a very particular type along the floodplain, along the lake plain in particular, the pin oak flats. And we see these represented still today in places like Euclid, Lakewood, and Rocky River, where the dominant street trees are pin oaks. And they are pin oaks that are 200 years old, but they're pin oaks that have grown from acorns from other oaks that do go back that long. Right. So to try to represent this, Katie, you did a wonderful job of it. I haven't been able to do it as nicely as you. So I've tried it in another way, and that is to do two geoprofiles across the county, which are represented in these white lines here. So the next slide you see is going to be looking east at two profiles. And east and west. So the top one is on the eastern side where there's more of a highland. And it starts closer to the lake. The Portage Escarpment is close to the lake and it's steeper on the east side. So you have that on the left side. These both stretch about 13 miles as I've represented them. And you see how some of the major tributaries go through them. So the lake plain, And those beech ridges as the triangles there, the escarpment and the major moraine that traverses the county, the Euclid moraine, and then the two bedrock units, the hard bedrock units that really support these highland areas, Brea and Euclid sandstone, and then some of the larger streams that cut through on the southern side, creating the southern flanks where the oaks like to appear. Okay, so if we strip away some of the verbiage there and put generally these species, see the pin oak flats on the lake plain, the upland swamp forests, which are oak dominated, both pin and swamp white. And then the oak hickory forests clearly come out on these highland areas, and particularly the flanks that are, you're seeing the flanks that are north and south, but you have to imagine that there are east and west flanks that also have these associations. And then the one in particular that interests me is this chestnut oak, which is only on the east side. I have not found any chestnut oaks on the west side, and on the east side, they're located in very particular ways. Okay, and I'll get to that. So the Moses Cleveland trees, 273 trees altogether. There are only about 70 that are still up, but still these 273 sites tell us some things. And first of all, the oaks were quite dominant with 163 trees of the 273 being oaks. And the big pie there, the big slice is the white oak, which has a yellow color. And then black oak is the black, red oak is red, and blah, blah, blah for some of the minor species. And so I'm going to concentrate on the oaks for reasons that they're ecologically important, and we know where they were. So if we map those 273 sites, you see that the white oaks, the most common tree of the Moses Cleveland trees, occur all through the county. As Moses Cleveland trees, a particular sample now, they are, excuse me, more westerly located and on the till plain and on these slopes that I have just described here. And oaks are everywhere. And the most, interestingly, I call it the least diverse, but you see in terms of Moses Cleveland trees, the most diverse are those in the Chagrin Valley, which includes the North Chagrin Reservation there on the right side. Okay, now let's get down to business. So oaks come to us in two groups, the white subgenus and the red. And each has about 8 species that occur in Ohio. Here we have about 6 of these, but this is what they are. And the chestnut oak, Quercus montana, because it's of Appalachian origin. And I have just done basic substrate associations here. But what I want to do is bring up the particular oak niches that we see in Cuyahoga County here. I've mentioned the Beech Ridges, very interesting. We'll see in a minute. The escarpment tops, which is the chestnut oak, and then the lake plain, which you have the red oak, wetter ones, the pin oaks and the red oaks, and then the white ones, especially the swamp white oak, and then the dryish valley flanks where you find a bit of everything in the oak hickory association. All right, so these Beech Ridges, they're all developed around here, but if you go to the Toledo area, there is in the Toledo Metro Parks, the Oak Openings Reservation. And still you see the sand, as you would have seen here on Wade Oval in University Circle 200 years ago. And it's not just oaks, it's all kinds of things, lupines, lupines you see here. I mentioned evening primrose before, is associated with this. Prickly pear cactus, for example, was noted in this area, University Circle, by some of the early settlers. Okay, and now here, still in University Circle, there are some of these black oaks. And there's this big beauty that's failing rapidly just behind the brewer wing of the Cleveland Museum of Art. And there are another 10 or so on Wade Oval. They're not uncommon here, still growing as in the same places. Okay, if we go to the Quercus montana, the chestnut oak, this is Euclid Creek. You see the creek down on the right side, 120 feet below the Cleveland Shale Cliff, where these trees like to dig in their roots. You see this all over the east side. So Euclid Creek, Dugway Brook, Green Creek, Donebrook, all have these chestnut oaks at the tops there. And they're a little more widely distributed than that, but basically it's the tree of the heights for me. And then if we go to the damp ones, give you two examples here. Beautiful swamp white oak, Moses Cleveland tree in Euclid on the Lake Plain. Unfortunately, it's failing. And then a pin oak on Avalon Drive in Rocky River, okay? The equivalent kind of area on the west side. And this one, you see what happens to a pin oak that's next to wires. Pin oak should have a spherical crown, and this one has been nearly decimated, but it's still hanging on there. All right, so these are and you see these trees, especially that swamp white oak, you know that there's a good ecology going on in and under that tree. And then finally, the all-purpose oak, in my opinion, Quercus alba, the white oak, which I think was everywhere. And I'm from Euclid. I've studied Euclid for a long time. Euclid had a shipyard at the mouth of Euclid Creek, which operated from 1835 to the end of the Civil War. And I know systematically they went through the forest of the Euclid Lake Plain and took down everything that was a white oak. And I think they still have not recovered yet. This one is in South Euclid, but still, Brecksville, everywhere. They're everywhere, and they deserve to be everywhere. And finally, back to these, you know, on every place. So white oak, and I just want to say finish with the red oak here, which is the kind of all-purpose equivalent on the red oak subgenus side of things. And you see this one in the Donebrook Gorge, that the red oaks can have these buttressing roots that are spectacular to look at, and they also help it in the slope situation. Okay, now it's not just the oaks. You can do the same thing with hickories, Carya, okay? 4 species in our area that each have, you know, somewhat specific associations. And then finally, what I call the omnipresent species, those that are in the beech maple forest a little bit everywhere, but as you know, the chestnuts are gone, the elms are gone, the beeches are going, sugar maples have their own problems, and some of the other species. What can come up are some of those that have always been in the background, but are beautiful trees. I mean, beautiful in the sense of functional trees in their own right. Certainly tulip trees, cucumber magnolia that I mentioned, and one of my favorites, the sour gum, black gum, tupelo, Nyssa sylvatica. Okay, that's basically what I have to say. Thank you. Yes, one. Okay, thank you. The question is, in face of climate change, which of these oak species in particular are more promising for the future, as presumably we warm and we don't know if we dry or wet, okay? And I want to answer that by saying this is one of the reasons why I've chosen the oaks here, because oaks are temperate trees. We're at the northern range really for most oaks, I think. So, you know, could be someday we've got live oaks growing in Ohio, but everything that I've shown you here, I think is a good resource for the future because they are temperate trees. And I'll leave it at that, okay? Yes.
Dominant trees, ones that might help fill in the gap, or we could plant in those areas.
Well, I believe so. Yes, I think that they need to be experimented with. Tulip trees grow everywhere, and you know they're great trees. Magnolia cuminata, there are a few problems with that. Nyssa, the black gum, is a wonderful tree that really does grow anywhere. So yes, those I think that. The way I look at it is that when the dominant species are either cut down or they begin to disappear through health issues, that it could be, I consider these to be, now this is just Roy thinking here, these are like the mammals that were scurrying around the feet of the dinosaurs 65,000 years ago. And maybe these trees then do better when the dinosaurs are gone. One more, and then we're going to go. Yeah. Right. Okay, those are first of all, the question is the escarpment. I've talked about the escarpment. It's the question is about the Portage Escarpment, I think, which is the name we give to that descent from the high point down to the lake. And different people will define it in different ways. For me, the Portage Escarpment is basically from the divide down to the middle of Lake Erie. That's all the Portage Escarpments. And there are various stages to it. And the biggest stage that is normally visible is that on the east side above Euclid Avenue. That is what most people call the Portage Escarpment. To me, that's a step in it. And that step is not as well represented on the west side, although the elevation is equally changed. Now, the other question is, the names there are the names of the beech ridges on the map. Okay, Maumee, Warren, Whittlesey, and Lundy are different stages of Lake Erie precursors as they descended. All right, I think we'll have to take it there. I know there's a question I wanted to get to in the past, but I would like to bring up Professor Greg Wiles from the College of Worcester Tree Ring Lab. There we go. Slide this, slide that like that. Strong things.
Well, great, thank you. And thanks, Roy, for inviting me, and Katie for setting up a lot of this discussion a little bit. I'm Dr. Wiles, Greg Wiles from the College of Worcester Tree Ring Lab, and it's a bunch of technicians and professors and students down at the College of Worcester, and we've mostly worked in, well, broadly Northeast Ohio, not so much in Cuyahoga County, but I think we may have some things to offer, at least to think about in terms of tree rings. So for all your tree ring needs down there. And I wanted to start off with basically talking about kind of 3 points. Some of it's kind of human interest in history a little bit, what tree ring dating is, and we're thinking about going back in time and what tree rings can tell us about this region and other regions. Trees as witnesses, like the Cleveland trees we were just talking about, what they can record by just sitting there and standing there. They don't move around and such, and they record all kinds of environmental changes. We can sort it out, what they're telling us. It might be some interesting and useful information. And then finally, like we were talking about, things are getting wetter here in Northeast Ohio and somewhat warmer, and what kinds of trees, how can we look towards the future, right? In terms of, because if you put investment in a tree, it's going to be around for a while, hopefully. So that's kind of the general outline. So a little bit about tree rings, the history of tree rings. It really starts in North America anyway. It really is kind of a North American thing. A. Douglas at the University of Arizona, that's the biggest tree ring lab in the world, University of Arizona. And this guy there's a nice book called Tree Rings and Telescope. And he's a Harvard professor that was interested in, was an astronomer, set up the Lowell Observatory out in Flagstaff, Arizona. And he was interested in sunspot cycles and drought. And so that's something we're all interested in, especially in the American Southwest, where they're into some pretty heavy duty droughts over the last 2 decades. In tree rings, he developed the technology, including he's holding there a tree core, some of you probably used, that can remove the ones we have, 5mm cylinder of wood out of a tree, not harming the tree at all. And in large part, then he was able to basically come up with the idea of using trees going back in time to tell us something about drought in this part of the world. And he's also famous for looking at the ancient Puebloan people, formerly known as the Anasazi, and dating their ruins, going back thousands of years to look at things like, now that's really important in the American Southwest, drought, and putting into a longer term context. So I'm in the geology department or earth sciences. And so we're really interested in paleoclimate, ancient climates, and going back in time. So obviously here in Ohio. So we'll jump to Ohio. And really, Douglas came up with this idea that we can match tree ring patterns. So around here, the oaks, we've been talking about, the white oaks especially, they're champs in terms of recording summer precipitation through time. And so we have narrow rings during drought years, wider ring during wet years, and we can go back in time. With the living white oaks, there's one down in Johnson Woods in Orrville, Ohio, down in Wayne County, Ohio. But in that pattern of those trees, we typically core multiple trees from multiple sites and come up with these patterns of really drought going back through time. Then we can match it up with, in this case, where the archives of ancient wood in Ohio are primarily historical houses and barns and things, and then archaeological sites. So we can develop maybe long chronologies going back hundreds of years anyway in Ohio. And so then looking at records of past climate and dating things historically. So the first part is kind of this technique of dating. And here we are actually at Stebbins Gulch in Holden Arboretum, chestnut oaks, old growth chestnut oaks there. Johnson Woods, as I mentioned, Browns Lake Bog, some of these folks might know about. My neighbor's backyard, you might know about them, but there is little bits of ancient trees, meaning 300, 400-year-old oak trees spread around. You'd be surprised. Not always the biggest tree, and this is the group. We have projects that we've been running, and we hope to maybe get into more urban type settings to doing this kind of work into the future. So we core the living trees, and we develop long tree ring chronologies going back maybe 300, 400 years at the most in terms of the living oak trees, because that's about as old as they live. And then we can go into historical towns throughout Ohio, and basically drill holes in people's barns. A lot of these barns, at least in southeast Ohio, are being salvaged for firewood and other things. So we're kind of saving them in some ways in terms of the tree ring records. And but also provide dates, historical dates on when the timber was cut down for buildings. And I think we've done this for now up around about 150 or so houses across Ohio and into Pennsylvania to kind of vet, when these buildings were built, but also get this tree ring information go back through time. And so here's an example. This is what an oak tree looks like when you drill a hole in a beam. And these are individual rings here, 1860. The outer ring on the left there says 1865. And so that's a white oak. That's the kind of the early wood of a tree ring of a white oak tree that's been now tree ring dated. So the pattern on this that we'd measure in the lab would be then matched with the living trees. And we can say that tree, that outer ring is 1865. And in fact, that ring is just the early wood. So it was cut down maybe in the summer of 1865 for that building, for example. And what we like to say, a lot of your science types, our analytical error, if we do this right, is plus or minus 0, right? It's not 1864 or 1866, it's 1865. So that's one thing we brag about in tree rings, that we have the actual calendar year for sure. Here's our famous building in Wayne County, Ohio, the Bell House, which is one of the oldest structures. It's our historical society now. And the outer ring there is 1816 on this side. And it's a fully formed ring. Most of the houses we date are fully formed ring, meaning they were cut down in the winter. And maybe with farming communities, that's when you have time to cut down trees and you can drag them along the snow. Back in these days, it was a little colder than it is now. And so most of those rings, again, that's 1816 in the winters when they cut it down. And we typically date multiple beams from these houses. That's a good date on when the timber was cut for that house. And so working with historical architects and others around the state, we're able to then put the numbers on these buildings. That, you know, when they're actually, the timber was cut for the, one of the more famous ones we've done recently is Joseph Smith House of Mormon fame. He was in Ohio for a few years. And his house dates at 1833. Did this for the Mormon church. And it's got a little, the back, after he was already gone, but 1855 is when they put on the extension to that building. And here's Nick Wiesenberg, who's our Uber technician there at the lab, drilling one of the floor joists to get that kind of information. And so then we provide your reports, and we have, I think it's 150 or so houses and various settings that we've been working on dating things. Across Ohio and Pennsylvania, Revolutionary War systems all the way down to Southeast. So we don't have many dots up here, so we hope to get into Cleveland region into the future. Yeah, so the other thing, so that's the idea of using trees to date wood, and it could be all kinds of settings. In the buildings is the example, but trees as witnesses. So here's some trees in just last week down in Browns Lake Bog, which has old growth white oak trees. Some were survived there. The axe. And here's actually, this isn't Browns Lake, but we'll show it in a minute. This is the College of Worcester campus. If you've been to the College of Worcester campus, we have ancient, real white oak, old growth. And we can see 1866, the trees are growing along. So this is really good to think about ring width of the tree, a series of trees on campus, and all of a sudden they take off in 1866. That's when the College of Worcester was founded. And we wonder why that's the case in terms of removing competition, other things that happen, the profound things that happened with European settlement at that time, including Presbyterian heritage of the College of Worcester. And the trees take off and they start growing 1 to 2 times, in some cases 3 times as fast, and they don't look back. They don't stop. They don't ever settle down again to their pre-settlement growth. If you take a bunch of trees, and Katie talked about 1800 is a good time frame. This is 648 trees, including a bunch of houses, and you plot them all up. Well, on an average, when they cut them all down, the histogram showing how many trees we have, 500 or 600 altogether. And the trees are waffling along, true old growth, and then all of a sudden they take off, and again they don't look back. And we can think about, well, it's removing competition, nutrient changes, coal burning, other things that might be adding, even windblown dust at that time, adding to the soils, carbon dioxide, other things. It's probably a combination of things, the world getting wetter and a whole variety of things. This is an interesting, I think, from Stebbins Gulch. So this is Holden Arboretum, chestnut oak. So this is, these rings are really packed in here. 18, 30, 31, 32. You can barely see rings or convince yourself those are rings. And then about the time when they must have high graded the forest or collectively logged, then 1840 and such, and then the rings started twice as big through time. So I'm sure there's woodworkers in this room that, this is that real tight growth, and we'll never get that tight growth again. It's kind of interesting when you think about, we'll never see that kind of really tight growth with white oaks in the present environments. So oak, so that really is telling us a little bit about some of that variability from year to year is a climate signal. A lot of it's other things, of course, forest dynamics and such that many people I'm sure here are familiar with. But here we are and thinking about how do we know it's climate? Well, just thinking about where we are in south of here, the OERDC, which is Ohio State's campus, basically the agricultural school, is right there in Worcester, Ohio. And there's a climate station that's been there since 1885. We mentioned some climate records from Cleveland, and Hiram has a record that goes back that far or further. And then we can compare those records to the tree growth, the white oak growth, as well as some other species I'm going to talk about here, to think about, well, how are all these trees responding to past climate? How are we going to respond to future climate? We know pretty well how future climate's going to look in a lot of ways. And so a bunch of graphs here, but just showing that, well, we have tree growth. So this is white oak across Ohio. at least Northeast Ohio. Comparing it to the blue line, which is precipitation, June, July, precipitation, and they correlate pretty well. So we can use those tree rings as proxy records going back in time to tell us something about past precipitation. And when we think about doing that, we all do all kinds of interesting time series analysis and filtering and things that you go back to this 1800 time period. Well, it's actually an interesting time, of course, because European settlement and people got really busy about taking down all the trees in the early 1800s across Ohio. And this was a time when a fairly dry time, a couple decades drought, in fact. And for a variety of reasons, there's interesting things going on in the global atmosphere at the time. And also, of course, we were draining the wetlands, European descent anyway, draining the wetlands, removing the trees, maybe even affecting the hydrologic cycle back in that time. So humans do a good job at changing climate in the past and in the future. And so this is now a record in part, right? 1895, it was a drought year. 1810 was an amazing drought year in this part of the world. So again, we have the kind of that record of thinking about climate. And then the question is, well, what's going to go on in the future? Well, we kind of know when we look at these records from the western precipitation, it is getting wetter, and that's one of the reasons why the oak trees are growing better. Although in some cases the oak trees it's so wet they don't respond to precipitation anymore because there's so much precipitation in many cases. A lot of people have documented that with tree rings. So this is just the annual precipitation from that station at the ORDC, Ohio State's campus. And yeah, so which of the trees are the best for the future is one of the questions. And I know that's a big discussion. Because we're looking at really a pluvial time. It's pluvial is what we call it in wet time. And Lake Erie, I know 2020, at least in the winter, was the highest record, the highest level it's been since 1860, since they kept records. Obviously, it's a big, I know many people here, that's a major concern in terms of metropolitan and rural areas, right? In terms of managing stormwater, managing all those systems. So which trees would do the best at helping us out in that case? And in this case, I just want to talk really about, kind of finish up talking about trees that, these are not native trees, but Cypress arboretum, which is also Ohio State's campus in Worcester, Ohio. They're nice enough to let us core all the types of trees they have. These are Dawn redwood trees, which are not native. They're from China, thought to be extinct for a while, and then including Ohio State scientists went over to China and found them, brought them back, and they planted them almost 100 years ago now. We can look at how are these trees responding to the present climate. And the answer is, well, they're doing great. They love the moisture and the warmth. And so, and then they're beautiful plots to be able to measure carbon sequestration. I know some folks at Cleveland State University are measuring, how they respond to precipitation in terms of, mitigating storm flow and that kind of thing. We have European large bald cypress, again, obviously not native, but we do have white oak there, which is native. If we look at the rings of these Dawn redwood trees, we see first of all that they have very strong, this is the 1987, which is a drought year. They respond pretty well to precipitation. This is a picture of the rings and the cores that we've taken out of these trees and developed these tree ring chronologies. So again, a non-native species, but does very well with the increase in precipitation and the increasing precipitation. Bald cypress, which aren't from our part of the world either, but they're really interesting species. I think the Dawn redwoods are too. People are really interested in the story of the Dawn redwoods, as well as school groups and things we take to there. They're beautiful trees. The knees are often an interesting thing about these bald cypress trees. This is planted on the Ohio State campus in a retention pond, so they get flooded every now and then, which is it seems to be an ideal species for that, as we know if you go to these parts of the world where they naturally occur. And then looking at the tree ring record, the bald cypress, I'll just show one of these graphs, but if we take the correlations between precipitation and temperature in the bald cypress tree ring growth going back 100 years. Well, this is basically the blue bar sort of thing. They like precipitation. And, southern Florida is pretty, it's wet. And Georgia in those areas. And they don't mind, the increasing temperature records. So we think about, and they're kind of interesting trees, and they do a good job at mitigating stormwater runoff. So that's the kind of summary was, well, we have tree rings. We can use tree rings, of course, to age trees, to age buildings and these kinds of things as utility. That itself is a record then to look at past climates, which is often interesting. You've seen some historical data in both talks previously, and then think about, where are we headed as the world gets wetter and somewhat warmer, how to manage the kinds of challenges that are here already, really. So thanks very much for your attention. I'd be glad to answer some questions. Couple of questions. Yeah, it's a good question. I think the latter thing you said, the question was about white oak and how it's really taking off its growth pattern. So it's taking off relative to that pre-1800, baseline, if we think of that as a baseline. And I'm not sure physiologically, right? We have a long list, including things like the loss of the chestnut, which our previous speaker talked about, Katie. That's another reason maybe why they take off at various times. So there's probably a whole combination of things, but maybe that's another thing we could add to the list. So that's not a good answer, but they do seem to be taking off, and they really don't calm down, in the sense of what we've sampled. That's kind of the real old growth trees.
Question from online. How are tree ring samples prepared after extraction, and how are they stored?
Yeah, good question. So well, you hear the question. The question is how are tree rings like the cores? We take this 5 millimeter core out of a tree, and then how are they prepared, and then how are they stored? Well, we take that core and we glue it into a wood slotted piece of wood to give it some integrity so it doesn't break. And then we sand it and go through all the different types of analysis that we do. Here I was just talking about ring width primarily. Then we store it. Well, we store it in the Worcester Tree Ring Lab under just regular conditions, and eventually it'll go to the University of Arizona when careers start to end. And our data, though, most of the data that we've looked at here is in a database that's publicly available around the world called the International Tree Ring Data Bank. So it's a whole data set that's shared pretty shared globally. It's a good question. So the question was, do any of our tree rings show any indication with the introduction of earthworms? Again, that could be put on the list, and when were those earthworms? Were the most recent kinds of earthworms that are causing some havoc in forests, as I understand, or 100 or 200 years ago? That's a great question, and I don't have a good answer for it, unfortunately. What does that show? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. That's a great question. So the question was, have we ever, a lot of trees that are really old are not necessarily the biggest one, and that are scrappy and kind of hang on to cliffs and that kind of thing. And we really haven't looked too deeply at those sites. But we have noticed that, often if we look at the, the diameter of a tree and correlate with the age, it's often inversely correlated. So the smaller trees are actually the older trees, which is kind of counterintuitive to most of us. But that, yeah, I think that there's also a lot more information that could be found in Ohio that we haven't looked at. Thank you.
All right, we have, this is the end of session 1, and it's kind of time for a break, right? But we have a 3-minute presentation by one of our organizers, Samira Malone of the Cleveland Tree Coalition. Samira could not be here today. She has a brief presentation that kind of helps us make the transition from the very kind of technically legacy-oriented first session to the health-oriented second session. So let's watch this for 3 minutes, and then we'll take 5 or 7 minutes to get some coffee, go to the bathroom. Okay, thank you. And I think I can start this. Fill your coffee and come back to your seats, please. If we can start in 2 to 3 minutes, I'll be happy. I like to be happy. While we're all sitting down, I want to say that Chris Vild has brought in a very nice artifact that the city of Beechwood has at City Hall. It's over here. It's a section of a white ash tree that was cut in Gates Mills. And the tree has the rings enumerated with major events in Beechwood history there. And the tree was an old one when it was cut. It goes back to just about 1800. So it was nearly 200 years old when it was cut. Well, I'm going to give this a try. I don't. No. I'm sorry.
Hello everyone, my name is Samira Malone and I'm the inaugural director of the Cleveland Tree Coalition. Although I'm unable to attend this year's symposium in person with all of you bright and passionate folks, I'm excited to share some words on behalf of the coalition. The Cleveland Tree Coalition is a collaborative group of public, private, and community stakeholders partnered with the City of Cleveland to regrow our city's urban canopy. The coalition strives to create healthy, vibrant, sustainable, and equitable urban forests by working collaboratively to implement the Cleveland Tree Plan. The City of Cleveland, once nicknamed the Forest City, has lost half of its tree canopy cover over the last 75 years. This decline has reduced the environmental, economic, and social benefits that trees provide our residents. In 2015, the Cleveland Tree Plan was released, recognizing this loss and the vital roles that trees play in our city's health. The plan serves as a roadmap to rebuild Cleveland's urban forests through partnership and establishes a unified vision, goals, and actions to achieve a healthy tree canopy. Cleveland is in the midst of a citywide neighborhood revitalization to improve the quality of life for its citizens and address the future challenges that come with redevelopment, a new economy, and climate change. Trees are an essential component of these efforts, yet the city is losing an annual tree canopy coverage of 75 acres per year. The challenge of our declining tree canopy is especially seen in Black and brown neighborhoods due to the lasting legacy of redlining, which has made a lasting impact. Therefore, environmental justice and equity are a core function of how we must approach this work to intentionally address structural inequities that many of these communities have been impacted by for decades. As a lifelong resident of Cleveland's East Side, growing up in the Central neighborhood and now a resident of the St. Clair Superior neighborhood, I've lived on every end of 55th, and I can definitely tell you that I have seen the importance of having a healthy tree canopy. Although we have a lot of work in front of us, the resources and expertise of folks like you in this room are required for us to grow, preserve, and maintain trees in our city and region, which makes our collective efforts so critical to make a positive impact on the trajectory of our current and future tree canopy. I hope the symposium continues to empower and uplift everyone in this room, because the work that you do is purposeful and will have a lasting impact on the future generation. So on behalf of the Cleveland Tree Coalition, I thank you for attending today's Tree Symposium.
So it will be quite different. And I want to introduce John Utech of the Cleveland Clinic, and he will be our first presenter. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. So happy to be here and happy to have connected with Robert and Roy and Myring, and then the whole group that's organized this event. And so who am I and why am I here? I'm John Utech. I lead the Environmental Sustainability Program at the Cleveland Clinic. And I'm here because I see, as representative of major healthcare system, the health benefits of trees. And I've sort of made it my personal mission to highlight this and try to get the region and really the whole healthcare sector more involved in the promotion of trees because of massive health benefits that come along with them. So we are really starting with the idea that my whole office is called the Office for Healthy Environment because healthy environments make people healthier. And we at Cleveland Clinic and really broadly across the healthcare industry are looking at all the factors much more closely that make a population of people healthy, as opposed to just the healthcare services that we deliver. So this is the factors of health from a study done at the University of Wisconsin on the social environmental in terms of health. And the most important factor of what keeps people healthy is their social and economic status and location. So we quote the factor that Fairfax, which is the neighborhood of Cleveland, where we live, the average life expectancy is 66 years. And Lyndhurst, which is where we have an administrative campus, it's 88 years. So there's a 22-year difference in lifespan, 6 miles apart. So really that 40% is particularly compelling in our region. 30% is health behaviors, which is diet, exercise, and other things. Healthcare itself is 20%, access and quality of care. Obviously vitally important, but many other things are important as well. And then 10% is the physical environment, which is the pollution of air and water in neighborhoods that people live in. There are some particularly compelling studies that people that live near heavy traffic have higher incidence of lung and cardiac disease because of the pollution associated with automobiles, as one example. And then also just the physical environment, the trees, the infrastructure, access to green spaces are all really important parts that are in that 10% slice. So I have a team of 5 people, and I tell them that we're trying to influence that 10%, and I let the other 75,000 people at Cleveland Clinic deal with the 20%. So really, we see trees as right at the heart of the triple bottom line, which for us is trying to implement programs that have a positive impact on the population of people that we serve, also our own caregivers, and then economic health as well. And trees really hit on all 3 of those things. So really the message that I'm trying to promote here and everywhere, I've given talks at, I don't know, 5 or 6 different conferences. There's a national healthcare conference called Clean Med, is really, as a healthcare system, I see the roles that trees can play in human health on our own healthcare campuses, in the lives of our caregivers, in the communities we serve, and even in the clinical practice of all of our professional staff that treat patients. And in doing this work, I've sort of gotten together a diverse group of stakeholders. We have people that manage our own grounds internally, administration, nursing, physicians. You know, I do all kinds of things in my role at Cleveland Clinic, and I haven't found anything that sort of creates more delightment, interest, and joy than trees. People have many people just have this natural innate connection, I'm sure most of you in this room do, to trees, and they're sort of healing and magical power that they have. You know, for me, it was 8, 9, 10 years old. I was up the Adirondack Mountains and I fell in love with white and red pine trees and just all kinds of beautiful evergreens that were present in the place that I was at. But we've done surveys actually of people and found that for a lot of people, it's like childhood experience, you know, connection with nature. But we have found that by exposing people at work, people can get interested in this topic and become advocates. So there's really 4 different pathways we find that people get engaged with this work. One is childhood experience. Another one is exposure at work. Oftentimes it's people's kids. You know, increasingly this kind of thinking is being taught in our schools, and sometimes kids drag their parents into this kind of activity as well. But anyways, so, you know, many, if not all of you would be aware of our main campus, our hospital down near University Circle. Historically, hospitals are lots of concrete and steel and glass. And really, healthcare buildings are like machines. They have sort of these artificial breathing systems. They're highly controlled. They're sterile environments. We want to keep germs out of the experience. And in 2010, we sort of did a design practice on our own main campus, trying to really reconfigure that. Our main campus, I think at the moment, has 65 buildings. We tried to reorganize it so there would be a central green spine down the middle of our campus. Why? If you look at research on hospital stay and recovery, patients that have a view of green spaces recover, I see a lot of nodding heads, recover 1 day quicker than those who don't. So we've tried to put into practice this principle that actually nature has a healing effect on our patients. So the way that we design all of our healthcare campuses today is with that thought in mind. So we don't have buildings next to each other. We try to have views of green spaces wherever we can. So this is the central green spine that we've carried to this day. And at the moment on our main campus, we've achieved a lot. We have more than 1,900 different trees on our main campus. And we've really tried to maximize planting trees at all of our properties and locations in Northeast Ohio, not just here. I know, yeah, well, more can be done, but we've done some. We've done a lot, Robert. More can be done. So what about our caregivers? We're the largest employer in the state of Ohio. So actually, this is a big focus as well. We hold educational events in Earth Day. We used to do them in person. Maybe next spring we'll do them in person again, but we've given away trees at Earth Day events for more than 5 or 6 years, but more than 1,000 trees. We have our caregivers make pledges to plant trees in their own yards. And then one of the more exciting programs that we have is a fall tree giveaway that we do in partnership with the Arbor Day Foundation. We give away about 550, 600 trees to our caregivers And this is a map of where they've gotten planted. So you can see they land, it's 2,600 trees over 4 years. They've sort of they've taken root all across the region, and sort of our little plantings of health and beauty all across the region. And there are some wonderful tools that look at the health impact of trees, both the environmental services they provide and the health benefits. This is sort of a summary from our last time we finished a tree planting, which was last fall. So the trees planted have absorbed more than, over their life, will absorb more than 1,600 pounds of air pollutants, provide $640,000 worth of environmental services, sequester 5 million tons of carbon, save 2.2 million kilowatt hours of electricity. Why would that be? We use this cool thing called iTree that many of you may be aware of, where you can position the tree and you can actually estimate how much heating and cooling you'll save based on where the tree is planted in their yard. And we help caregivers find the optimal place for them to plant their tree. We've invested almost $120,000 and planted 2,600 trees. And we give these away, some through the mail, but some are done in person. We have a location in Lyndhurst, and I could show you dozens and dozens of photographs, but here's one of our caregivers gratefully getting a tree. We give them tree planting instructions. We give them compost from Rust Belt riders to help provide healthy soil conditions for the tree to flourish in. So a really fun part of our program is promoting trees in our caregivers. They're in communities all across, and they're people that can support trees in their own communities as well if they're more educated on the health benefits of them. So in our community, probably the most important part of our tree exercise is that. So this is where the circle on this chart is where our main campus is located. The city of Cleveland has its tree plan, and we've aligned our activities around that because we have 2 hospitals in the city of Cleveland, 3 hospitals in the city of Cleveland, sorry, that we've organized tree planting around. And we are trying to become a corporate actor to help provide resources and support to plant more trees. There's just such an incredible need in our area to plant more and more trees. So I'm trying to get our organization and other organizations as corporate actors to play a role in supporting all that. Because trees just provide so many incredible benefits for communities. They make the air cleaner, they remove air pollution, they filter water, they make our neighborhoods cooler, they help mitigate the impacts of climate change. This map, I should have said, is a map of heat stress, urban heat stress. And so much of the city of Cleveland is concrete. I mean, if you look at a map of Cuyahoga County, pretty much Cleveland's gray and much of the rest of the county is green. Just because the city has really low tree canopy. But what that means is the patients that live in these red areas, it can be 15, 20 degrees hotter in the summer than it is in the suburbs. And it's a tremendous stressor in terms of their cardiac performance, pulmonary performance, and other diseases. So, that's why we're here really to think about how we can accelerate the plans to plant more trees. So this is, so our organization has supported a number of tree plantings going back to 2017. This is the most recent one that was in 2021. And I invite all of you to go down to 108th Street and Cedar. We planted a tree park we're planting 70 trees on what's essentially 3 old housing lots that we owned. We did it in partnership with Fairfax Renaissance, which is the CDC for the Fairfax neighborhood residents. That's Councilman Blaine, who's now the head of the City of Cleveland's council, and our own caregivers. So, and those 70 trees, we actually planted 65 different tree species from the Cleveland Tree Plan. So if you want to see a wide range of tree species planted in urban environment, come down to the park. Between 2017 and 2021, we've created 12 parks and green spaces in Fairfax and Huff, which are the neighborhoods right around our campus. And this year, we're doing plantings in Akron and Huff. And actually in the city of Akron, we're doing a new model where we partner with the city and their arborist, and we're planting trees in city parks in Akron. So we're kind of learning as we go. And I'm hoping to just keep doing more and more tree planting. in communities we serve and all across the region. And, you know, these are some of the caregivers from our most recent planting. You know, we do view this as a way of strengthening the communities that we serve. Really important role there. And this is just a list of some of the parks that we've done. We started in Fairfax with 4 pocket parks. We then planted trees in a city park in Fairfax. We've done plantings in Huff. And we planted trees at a Catholic school called St. Adelbert as they were remodeling, which was a really fun project. And then this year we're doing plantings in Akron and Huff. I think next week on Wednesday, doing tree planting at a school. Well, we partnered with the school where the kids are going to come out during their gym class and participate in the tree planting. And then they, as part of their sort of physical education, will come out and help maintain those trees over the course of time. And this is just a map of where some of those are. And this is, I guess the box got moved. The most recent park is, the park from last spring is right here. And I've learned a lot today, Roy, from our speakers about the history of our environment here. Historically, what we've done is try to pick from this list of tree species and sort of filter in factors in terms of the selection of trees that we provide not only on our own campuses, but also given to our caregivers in the communities. We try to sort of come up with the idea of putting the right tree in the right place, managing diversity, native, some component of evergreen, and ensuring obviously that we're planting them in places where they're not going to come into proximity of utility lines and other things. Final topic that I talk about is in our own practice. So, you know, I think we're just scratching the surface here, really, but I want to show you some of the things that some of our physicians are doing at the clinic. You know, we've had a walk with a doc program right here at Acacia Park in Beechwood, where physicians will come and lead nature walks with patients, answer questions, and it's encouraging patients to get out into green spaces, walk. We promote runs and activities in Cleveland Metro Park. We have a strong partnership with them. And this was called the Jungle Run in 2019, and it was just a fundraising event for Belisano, but it's another activity that we promote. And I'm trying to promote this. We have some physicians doing this, but it's a prescription for exercise, prescription to go walk in a park. You know, encouraging people to take advantage of the healing power of nature just as part of their overall wellness program. So, you know, in summary, trees, I guess the slide. So I want to talk on one other point. I work with the Arbor Day Foundation. We've created a program. I'm sure all of you are familiar with Tree City USA, right? Which have been around since the 70s. And I think Beechwood and many cities in our area are part of that program. In 2010, the Arbor Day Foundation created a program called Tree Campus, which was designed for universities promoting trees on their own campuses. I think it's 3 years ago now, we partnered with the Arbor Day Foundation. We actually held a meeting at our administrative campus in Lyndhurst, where we brought in people from Ohio National Resources, some city arborists and others, and we redesigned a program for healthcare called Tree Campus Healthcare. So I think we've had 2 rounds of, really 2 years of awards. Our main campus won them. We're doing it with the idea of healthcare broadly across the entire country getting involved in promoting trees and health. So happy about that. And so this has helped us build stronger community relationships as an organization, aligned our work with wellness, increased visibility, and people love trees, including me. So thanks. Any questions? Yes. Yep. So the question is, how and in what way can Cleveland Clinic diversify the green environment from a monoculture of grass to other things? It's something that I'm working on. It's something of interest. I think there is a bit of a aesthetic preference to have things look clean and healthy and vital when you come in and not, I think it's historical thought of what a clean and good property looks like. But I think we're making progress towards planting a bigger diversity of plants and trees on our campuses. So it's something to work on. Yep. Yes. Yep. So the question is, everybody in this room loves trees. What do we do with people that don't love trees? And that's been, so in our first work in Fairfax, that was a learning for me. And that when we would offer trees to residents would say, I don't want trees in my lawn. Trees are bad, right? Trees dig at my housing foundation and destroy my pipes. And so what we've done is in Fairfax, most deliberately, hold community meetings where we actually talk to residents, where we tell them about the health benefits of trees. We tell them how trees properly planted don't do those things. Those are myths. And I think at the moment we've done about 30 different residential tree plantings in Fairfax. So you slowly try to turn the tide as just one-on-one and getting trusted community leaders along with us to sort of broadcast that message. Yep. Mhm. Right. Yeah, so yeah. Sure. So the question is, what role can Cleveland Clinic play in promoting trees across the county and the region in terms of suburbs, not just the city? Well, the answer to that question is, I am advocating for our leadership to get more resources. I actually have a budget to do this work, which was not true 5 years ago. So I'm advocating for us to do more and more. At the moment, I'm really trying to focus our planting efforts on the area of greatest need, which is more in the urban environments at the moment, and trying to sort of get rid of disequities there. But I would love to get a budget 10, 20 times what I currently have to sort of probably initially do it in the communities where we have facilities, frankly, just because that's the most direct linkage, but doing it everywhere we possibly can. And I'm also seeking to get philanthropic support because there's probably some limits to what my organization would do to fund, but yeah, I think that's my mission, is to increase that. So thank you for the question. Yeah, well, that in the communities is where I was covering that, and it's been primarily Cleveland and Akron at the moment, but I certainly want to work with other cities and communities. Yes.
John will be available at lunch.
Thank you.
My pleasure to present Robert Brandt, Cuyahoga County Board of Health, and Robert will be speaking on trees, evolution, ecosystems, animal health, and climate change. Robert.
Thanks, Roy. I'm a vegetation ecologist. I deal with wetlands, which is why I'm with the Board of Health. And my discussion is going to be more quantitative rather than, is going to be more qualitative rather than quantitative. And it really sits between a lot of the previous presentations and what's going to come up now. And because I see things through the lens of an ecologist, some of the previous discussions, plants don't grow randomly. They grow for very specific reasons in very specific areas. So with that, I'm actually going to go. I'm going to start with vegetation before there were trees. So somewhere around the early mid-Devonian, where's the stick? The first organisms, oh yes. The first organisms on land were Prototaxites. They're actually giant fungi. You can see this man as context for how big these organisms were. Approximately 9 meters, what's 9 meters? 30 feet tall and 1 meter in diameter. Here's an artist's renditioning of what this landscape would have looked like. So these were the first organisms before trees even existed. This is an illustration of Mycorrhizae, and that below ground trees are connected by a mycelium network. I'm going to get into some details, and there are other people who are going to be presenting after me. I see Dr. Burks here, who are going to give you more details on this. So the important factors here is that before trees, we had fungi. Most of the tree people know about what I'm going to deal with here, but I thought it's important to try and contextualize this a little better. First trees that evolved with gymnosperms, naked seeds, is a direct translation of the Latin term. And they're all conifers. So their seeds are produced in these protected structures. And then when the conditions are right, the seeds are dropped. So I've got a pine species, an example of pine trees. Here's a cedar. Mine's gone blank, juniper below. Then the second evolutionary process, which started with the these are all angiosperms, but with those that produced what we call real or true flowers. And these tend to be somewhere over 300,000 species. I must say I'm proud to have added about 16 previously undescribed species to this lot. And these are a combination between the conifers and the flowering plants that we recognize more as flowers, which are what we see now as those trees spread throughout Ohio. And in terms of biomes, this is a forest biome. Biome is a concept in vegetation ecology where the most dominant vegetation define that particular region. You get forest biomes, you get desert biomes, you get succulent karoo biomes. So this Ohio, from an evolutionary perspective, should be a forest biome. That was my spontaneous comment to John about those lawns. We shouldn't have any lawns here. So some mitigation and adaptation. And trees really are the only organism which can provide both mitigation and adaptation. As individuals, we can't really do anything about mitigation. Mitigation is the reduction of emissions of CO2, but trees can certainly provide mitigation. They also provide adaptation because of all their other stormwater benefits and all their other benefits, absorbing toxins, reducing stormwater reduction. I've actually saw a very interesting paper yesterday on a group in Washington that are actually quantifying stormwater reduction. And here are some examples. I know a lot of people, well, what on earth is a ton of CO2? I think that's an extremely good representation. It gives people an idea, it contextualizes. That's a ton of CO2. Another benefit of trees A 40-year-old tree will hold a ton of carbon. And this is down on the beachfront. And what I want to point out here, and we saw this with some of the tree logs, and you can see this discoloration on that tree back there. What's going on here? These are actually fungi that have got in here and started the decay. These fungi are actually digesting the cellulose from which the tree is composed. They are recycling the nutrients. So this discoloration you can see is why this tree was cut down, because it started rotting from the inside out, which we all know is pretty common in Ohio with trees coming down. So this is a visual indication of the mycorrhizae that are already, or the fungi that are in there. Apologies. We were talking about impermeable surface. This is a white painted house. Albedo literally means whiteness, same as in alba, quercus alba, Latin for white, it's Greek for white. So houses that painted white increase the albedo. Albedo is a scale from 0 to 1. 1 is complete reflection of infrared radiation. 0 is almost total absorption of infrared radiation. So the lower the albedo, the more infraradiation is held. I'll get into this in a while. So this is one method of increasing the albedo, the reflectiveness, just paint things white. And of course, the other factor with tree leaves is they increase albedo because they absorb infrared radiation. Part of photosynthesis is done in the green and the yellow frequency of radiation. So they absorb that, but their reflective, their waxy coat will help reflect and reduce albedo. And of course, we all know you walk into a forest, it's cooler immediately. So the temperature is lower. There are other factors, factors which John mentioned, wind reduction, temperature reduction, according to where you plant your trees. And these are some of the criteria we're trying to push out with the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy grant. Don't just plant them randomly. There's specific reasons for planting trees in specific areas. Additionally, trees need to be planted where potentially they have soil. And this is another issue I'm going to come back to with the mycorrhiza and tree survivability. Here are some of the health benefits. An interesting one is they decrease crime. I'm not going to go into details other than to mention this Japanese concept of Shinrin-yoku, which I'm going to come back to. You need to understand that by and large, 98% of Japanese are Shintoists. So they have an understanding that, or the religion practices that everything is animated with an energy, and we know that from quantum mechanics, everything has a vibration. Whereas something like Tai Chi and the martial arts try and develop this ability for us to use the vibration to project energy. So it's not some woo-woo concept. It's based in science, but it comes out in this concept of forest bathing or nature worship or nature therapy. And this connects with what John was saying. There are a lot of studies showing the benefits if you're a patient in hospital of just being able to see trees. And that's our evolutionary connection, which is why I put in something on the evolution of trees. We've evolved as organisms to see trees, to see green. We evolved on the savanna and the grass biomes in Africa. So we grew up with a specific affinity for green and yellow radiation. These are some of the concepts that are embedded in Shinrin-yoku and in this concept of going into nature. It's not a passive concept, it's active. I'll get into that later. So this is more what we're trying to do with the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy grant, is to look, and it's the concept that underpins this conference, nature-based plantings. What does that actually mean? So here's an example from the Netherlands. And it's also based on the Miyawaki concept, Miyawaki. He was a Japanese vegetation ecologist. So this concept, as a vegetation ecologist, if I want to plant, I look at an adjacent forest. I look at the species numbers, the species composition, the demographics, what's the age? Is it well represented? Do I only have old, only young trees? Have I got a good spread of ages? And the concept also then looks at emergence, understory, and then what grows on the ground, what are called forbs or graminoids. So all the low, soft perennials or biennials, annuals or biannual plants, and plant according to that method. There's also no maintenance other than to water occasionally as needed and removal of alien species. So this concept is ideal for all these areas in Cleveland where you have a high permeable surface. You have a lot of concrete or tarmac macadam from the Scotsman who invented the process. That's why we call it tarmac. So where you have high areas and low tree cover, the Miowaska method is an ideal concept that we're trying to push. No maintenance other, as I say, than watering and removing alien species. And of course, because we're Westerners, we have this concept that, oh, this is untidy. This is how things grow. There's a competition in here for resources. This is a site downtown. It's Midtown Inc. The CCBH is Cuyahoga County Board of Health. That's me, c'est moi, and Western Reserve Land Conservancy and Cleveland Tree Coalition. This is another site I think is ideal. It was a gravel parking lot. You can see the railway line with the containers. There's an old brick wall building next to it. And there's a Populus deltoides cottonwood in the background. So this, in terms of this concept of nature systems, it's circular because there's an irrigation unit in the middle. I actually think it needs to be rectangular, but that's another issue. It's simply to explain the concept, to give a visual explanation. And of course, you can see with the humans, they get older and the trees get taller. So this site, I hope that we can actually start this concept of a mini forest downtown. Now, there's another component to this. That's all gravel as a substrate. There's almost no organic component, and there's probably almost no mycorrhizae, soil nematodes, and soil bacteria. And in a forest, all three of those components are needed. So what do we do with that? Well, this is also part of what we're dealing with here, these silos. Everyone's got their own little province and they want to stay in that. So we need to start breaking these down. Everyone has a tree plan, but no one or not nobody, I'm exaggerating. This is part of what the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy grant is trying to do with Cleveland Tree Coalition and some of these others. Riddle, Holden Arboretum, so that we start collaborating to sewer district to put in more trees and to particularly put in more trees where they need it. Okay, so we get to the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy grant, and Mike Foley will be here late in the day. And this, as I say, that's why I asked Commissioner Budish to be here, because this is only a result of the work of the funding, and that he accepted one of the recommendations from the Cuyahoga County Climate Change Action Plan was that we need more trees. How do we fund this? This is funded with county money. So these are several sites. These are what I call lollipop plantings, and those of you that know something about trees, not ideal, because these trees are highly stressed. There's no protection. There's no nutrition movement here. They're sitting out there. All the environmental forces, each tree individually is subjected to, which is why there's a significantly higher mortality with these type of plantings. This is another one, and you probably can't see it. There's a little pinky red tag here. I'm going to come to that now. There's Claudia, because Claudia and David know about these pink tags. I put this in out of interest. This is not a Healthy Urban Tree Canopy funded tree, but it's one of the 7 cloned trees from the J.C. Owen tree. And that's downtown on the Martin Luther King driveway where we had plantings. I was down there having a look at these. So I thought I'd put this in. They're going to make more of a monument around that tree, but that's what it looks like currently. So here we go with some of the more details around this. I had given some presentations at Stearns Homestead, and I realized here's a 42-acre farm in the middle of Palmer, one of the more heavily urbanized areas. But they're 42 acres. It's an ideal site for us to start a tree nursery. This is looking over the fence because the gate was cut, but at least there's something there. There's a pond, it's quite a few acres, so there's water. It's ideal. And the other reason behind this was that the tree canopy grant, we realized all the trees being planted were being brought in. So this was in direct opposition to the idea of reducing emissions. We're getting trees coming in as far as Pennsylvania. There is no tree nursery in Cuyahoga County where any of us, if you want to put a tree in your back garden, you can go and get a tree. So this was one of the ideas, is to create a tree nursery here, A, for the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy grant in the future, and B, for anyone else who wants to go and buy a tree. So the idea is that it's not developed as a for-profit business. It's a non-profit. So it's not driven by the capitalist need to make a profit. This is one of the other trees. It's on the other side there. This is marked, and it's marked for a very good reason. I'll come to that now. These are more how the trees initially are located in pots, and this is for an extension out of the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy. With the literature I was reading, I thought, wouldn't this be a wonderful experiment to try inoculating with soil mycorrhiza? Because it hasn't been done in these urban environments where the trees are highly stressed. Theoretically, the mycorrhiza should improve nutrient uptake, survivability, and growth rate. So that's what I got a hold of Dr. Burke to see if he was interested. Fortunately, he was. So we've started this experiment. We are not, this year we have got, 690 trees. You could, I assume you'll give more details. 740 now, okay, that have been inoculated with soil mycorrhiza. So we're testing this out over the next 3 years to verify whether or not this experiment will work, because this, with somewhere like that downtown site I showed you, where there's very little in the ground, I won't even call it soil, will this then work in those kinds of sites? So this is the actual process. There's Claudia in the forest behind Holden. Very simple process. The top 10 to 15 centimeters of soil are dark or black. The color of carbon is black if you go back to your chemistry one. So carbon absorbs all the radiation. You remember your SPD electron cloud associations with the nuclei? Well, that's with carbon, all the incoming radiation is absorbed. That's why carbon's black. That's why soils are black. So the darker the soil, the more carbon in the soil. That means more living organic organisms and life. So we take the top, you can see a shovelful. It gets put in these containers, they're dried out, they're sieved, and then about a tablespoonful per 4-gallon container is what the literature and David's experience indicates seems to be efficient, sufficient enough for this size of tree. Obviously, the bigger the tree with that burlapped one, we're going to see, we're testing this out. So another project that came out of the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy grant, and which most of us are interested in, and this moves to ethics and law. How do we prevent the trees from being cut down? What do we do to protect them? How do we create policy? 2010, the water, Soil and Water District started a survey of all, so it's done by watershed. These are the files in the Board of Health. Soil and Water's got its own. So it's each watershed, every city's tree ordinance and what is in those tree ordinances. I got a Masters of Public Health student to start a revision because this was created in 2010. We wanted to know if any, if they were members of Tree City USA, do they have arborists? How do they look after their trees? Do they maintain them? So we started looking at this to then create an overall tree practice related to the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy grants to create a county policy. This is still in process. I'm talking to an environmental lawyer to see if we can bring the law into this, to find suitable law, because nature is not protected under the law, so nor trees. And this goes to trees as stormwater technology. Trees aren't technology, but if this is what we need to do to get protection, well, then that's what we need to do. And those are numerous pieces of information which came out of a survey. I'm not going to go into them individually. I mean, that's an entire dissertation on its own. So this is the poster Jenish created. He's the master student. We're busy now writing this up into a peer-reviewed paper. This is an Excel spreadsheet. And these are all the various categories that I previously enumerated as to what goes into a city tree ordinance, what needs to be looked at, and what we can potentially do for each city to help them. We were talking to Middleburg Heights a couple of days ago. They want to create a climate change action plan. So how do we protect trees? All right. We all live according to ethics principles, whether they based under Christian, Jewish, Islamic, Shinto, doesn't matter what religion you might practice. Sets of ethics are how we view the world, literally and figuratively. So this is taken in a forest down the road from where I live in North Royalton. So here we start the process. This is an active process. There are 3 other of these types of projects just where I live. So this deals with these issues of increase in impermeable surface and decrease in canopy. So first of all, we come in and what do? Take it down. There's no bedrock here because of the glaciers. Look at that's a mineral soil. There's no organic component in that. It is dead. So then we continue with the process and we put in water retention basins because all the wetlands have been removed. So when you get a storm, it's going to run off completely. It's got to go somewhere. Then the third component, we put in a black surface, and newly laid tar has an albedo of 0.04, which means it's almost a perfect absorber of infrared radiation. It's like a black hole. So not only have we removed all the organic components with all the benefits trees give, we've now increased the impermeable surface and the albedo. I know there's research underway to look at other than, it's black because it's made out of oil. It's tar, it's the heaviest component. But there are methods being looked at to maybe make roads white. And then we get to the final component where all the other bits and pieces are put in. We'll eventually have houses on the site. I drive past this most days and I look the other way. Some of the issues here, because we find ourselves where we are, it's actually a set of ethical choices and moral dilemmas we all face. We're using a model which puts profit above everything else. And if you look at companies, every 3 months, they've got to have an increase on their bottom line. Now that means infinite growth. The only organism that has infinite growth is cancer. And what does cancer do? So we need to look at the ethics. We need to find and potentially use a different economic model. The concept out of this whole lot, and I know this from a lot of the students who have approached me after some of my lectures on climate change impacts, these concepts of ecological grief and climate anxiety. And I didn't know about these until the students would come up to me. These are now medically identified. They're not syndromes. I would call them conditions of health or lack of health. And this goes to the concept of forest bathing. I'll get to that now. I'm not going to go into Anthropocene. Prof. Coble is here. He's going to hopefully get into some more of these details and some of the concepts behind ecology. I don't have time for that. This is what I'm going to get into. You don't recognize the site, Connie? Big Creek. I took this because this is one of the forest areas. This is in Palmer. I don't know how many of you know Palmer, one of the more heavily urbanized areas. And this is, yeah, I saw Connie actually when she was first planting trees here. So this is the concept. It's an active process. So you don't go out there with your cell phone. In fact, you leave your cell phone behind. It incorporates the concept which is practiced in Tai Chi of mindfulness. So you are aware of what's going on. You don't just enter a space. So when you're in the forest, you're mindful of where you are. You're not somewhere else. You're in the forest. You look at the organisms, look at the tree architecture, look at the soils, look at the animals. Don't be on your cell phone. Be where you are. It also incorporates another martial arts concept of Zan Shin, which is awareness. In other words, there's a dark street, it's 2 a.m, you've been to a bar. You don't take a shortcut down there. You are aware. You should always be aware. So these are the concepts which go into Shinrin Yokyu, is an awareness of when you're in the forest, of yourself and what's around you. I will leave it at that. We could go into a lot more. So what does a paradigm shift look like? This is the Netherlands. This is what is called a walking forest. There are 1,000 of these. And this I see as a concept which would be ideal for these highly impermeable surfaces in downtown Cleveland. You walk they're pushing this on a trolley. It comes off the trolley. So you can, and there's sensors in there which give an indication when the soil moisture needs to be revived. So there's an indication here of potential ways we can use trees in these areas. We can't dig them up, but you can put trees and you can move them if you want to. And I see Roy is looking at me, so I will do that. Thank you.
Thank Roy and Robert and Mayring for inviting me here. They're obviously pulling no stops when they invite a philosopher to come to a tree conference. You know that they're serious. I'm just going to say a few things. I think the panelists before me, John and Robert, actually covered a lot of the things I'm worried about, and that's a very good thing. What I want, and I've really found Haskell's work to be inspiring if folks aren't familiar with some of his work. He's a tree person who is really keen on the value in getting more and more people to really cultivate relationships with the trees in their lives. in the very first instance, because humans and trees, their lives are intertwined, and that's true in cities just as much as it is in more forested areas. So, let me, that's probably more than I'm going to try to cover, because they wisely saved the best presentation for the one right before lunchtime. I want to say something about how I'm approaching this idea of trees due to my background. So I teach philosophy at Baldwin-Wallace University. I teach some courses, environmental ethics, and then a sustainability team taught course. And with environmental ethics, increasingly, I'm finding ways through some colleagues to get students out of the classroom and working with partner organizations, community organizations. And by the way, this is a program that we're expanding and continuing. So folks who could use students to come and learn about what they're doing, contribute to what they're doing, and then write a grant proposal for a sum of money. If you're interested in that for your organization, let me know and we can try to make something happen. But I'm really interested in this idea of trees sort of as moral teachers. And my own interest, I'm sort of in ethics, and I'm particularly interested in an area known as virtue ethics. And going back to a comment Robert made about our religious and spiritual traditions, they are also moral traditions, of course. And virtue ethics has seen a revival in modern times. There's increased interest in it, and I think there should be. The interesting, there's a few things that actually make virtue ethics pretty cool. So virtue doesn't sound super cool. This is just the idea of moral excellence, generally speaking. But it's really the idea of trying to be all that you can be, right? So how can I unfold my innermost human potentials successfully in my life, right? So this is really the idea of arete, just to use the Greek word. But virtue ethics is also really focused on the idea that people can't really realize these human potentials in isolation. So this is not an individualist paradigm. It's very much a communitarian one. This idea that the only way I can really realize my potentials is through forming unions with other human beings and maybe other life. So that's been my own interest, frankly. It's sort of developing a style of virtue ethics and trying to get students to develop this idea. Today, I think virtue ethics needs also to be in part, and maybe in large part, an ecological ethics. Ecological ethics really has to do with a few different ideas. One is we have to live, of course, within our ecological boundaries, which requires sensitivity to these ecological contexts in which we live, the ecological systems that we depend on, right? The agro ecologies, for example, that our food production needs to be sensitive to. We are all, dependent on functioning ecological systems, and of course, we need to live within our ecological boundaries. This is especially true now with the problem of the atmosphere and the warming world. But there's another side to ecological ethics than just sort of being more aware of the ecological context, the need for respecting boundaries. This is the idea that we can actually learn things. We can learn ethical things even from study of ecology. So if you were to look at some of the early movements in the 70s, Arne Naess, the Norwegian philosopher, sort of launched this deep ecology movement. The conceit driving it was that sensitivity to ecology can actually be transformative. Human culture, human society can become more ecological. that's an idea that can be criticized. We don't necessarily want to live just exactly in the way that ecosystems do. Robert was talking about different styles of forest gardening or forestry that allow these different layers of plants to emerge in a more wild-like way. Well, there's a lot of fighting, a lot of warfare going on in any ecosystem. The richer and more robust the ecosystem, the more intense the conflict, right? And we don't necessarily, as human beings in society, want to emulate conflict. But the other side of that is the only way that organisms can survive and succeed in these zones of intense conflict is through partnerships, through community. And that's the critical insight, I think, that increasingly we just need to focus on as sort of a species moving forward. So this is the idea of trees as moral teachers. This touches a bit on Robert Brand's sharing this idea of forest bathing, Shinrin Yoku in the Japanese. It's also a major thing right now in South Korea. I know both Japan and South Korea are putting a lot of money behind this kind of practice. It's sort of how they do their national parks. The idea of a national park is to provide people with space for this sort of active interaction with nature. But trees, many of them at least, certainly these oaks that we've been talking about, and many of our other local members of our local forest ecology, they grow to become very large organisms. And to take in a tree requires, if we think about it, we have to step back very often to get a good look of that organism. We also need to recognize, though, that most of the action is taking place underground in the root system. And as Robert Brand pointed out, we have the absolutely critical function of this mycorrhiza partnership. This basically the fungi function as the mining company. Their job is to bring the minerals, phosphorus, up and make them available to the root systems, which in turn provide some glucose or sugar for the fungi. So the major partnerships taking place underground, that's especially critical if we think of areas like the Amazon, where the soil quality is absolutely atrocious. Without that mycorrhiza system, those trees could not possibly exist. Also, we need to contemplate, what I'm sort of advocating is an educational program too. So developmental psychology, when we're talking about virtue ethics, we're talking about human development from the beginning. How do we educate ourselves or cultivate ourselves? Bildung is the German word for education. It means formation or cultivation. What are we trying to shape ourselves into? And I think we need to focus on, of course, more ecology in the schools. It seems to be moving in that direction. I think trees are a great emissary of the network of life. People they seem to like trees. John pointed that out in his experience. People really enjoy trees. So trees are great ambassadors, emissaries, moral teachers, linking us to that larger ecological context. Of course, they're part of our ecology too. We are absolutely dependent on trees, not only for all of those services they provide, but also, yes, for the materials that we depend on desperately, building and so many other materials that we do need trees for. They are resources for us. That's part of our ecology too, as well as having ecologies of their own. Learning about trees, by the way, the time span, of course, of a tree's life is not very much like a human time span, and that can be helpful. We've seen how studying trees alerts us and makes us more sensitive to larger historical context. That's an important function that trees can provide us. Also understanding, I think for a lot of people, it's big news, talking about plant behavior. using the language of behavior in the context not only of, sort of the critters, but also the flora, because they have complex behaviors. They interact with their environments in complex ways, and studying and learning that from an early age, I think, can help to humanize trees a bit. And of course, we don't want to do something stupid and think that trees are just like people. But the more we can learn about these organisms, the more we see they have lives of their own. They behave, they have interests, even if they're not conscious of those interests. They certainly have survival needs, and they do many things to promote that survival. I think popular books, Peter Volleven's The Hidden Life of Trees, are wonderful. They're accessible, they're fascinating, and I think young people should be reading that kind of literature in school. Yeah, the human tree co-evolution story. So books like William Bryant Logan's study of the oak, and so much of humanity has sort of co-evolved with the oaks. I hadn't understood just how absolutely critical oak has played, a role in our human evolution. Yeah, and the ships, it was pointed out earlier that, you need those oaks for the shipyards. And that's the Argo, excuse me, and that's a pretty old ship, and it would have been built out of oak. Lots of properties in oak make it specifically valuable. So individuals, the idea is that the ecology teaches us this moral lesson. In nature, individuals don't really exist, right? A tree leaf is a complex community. There's fungi, bacteria, and they play a critical role in the survival of the leaf, which is doing warfare against pests, right? Half the weight of a leaf in a typical Amazon tree is poisons, toxins, right? So that leaf needs partners. It needs to collaborate. It needs to work together. We need to eliminate all those silos, for example, and strengthen our partnerships, because if we go it alone, we will almost always lose, right? And this is a very big deal in philosophy these days, this focus on a relational ethic, right? So getting away more from our liberal individualist paradigm and focusing a lot more on interaction and the ways in which we're all connected. Even people who seem distant from us and unlike us and strange to us, there are all sorts of ways in which we're connected up to them. Sensitivity to that can help reshape our human relationships. So Laurie Gruhn's entangled empathy is a neat idea. So we already mentioned the mycorrhiza and the idea that even a leaf is actually a complex networked community, not the organ of some individual, right? So I'm going to go kind of quick over this because we already got a lot of this with Robert Brand, and I know we're also starting to get hungry, but a lot of this has been really nicely cataloged by Florence Williams. This is a wonderful book where she travels. She works with National Geographic and has published, I think she published that book called Milk that a lot of people might be familiar with, about breast milk. But she really travels to Japan, South Korea, Norway, Finland, all over the country, and looks at the research that is being done on these sort of lesser known and somewhat surprising health benefits or ways in which we physiologically respond to green space and trees in particular. And there's a lot of evidence showing, all of our senses are actually, we belong in forests, evidently, or at least heavily forested areas, right? So odors, and some people are into this stuff. I'm a newbie to it, but I want to start putting cypress oils and stuff in my humidifier, because evidently these scents that come from trees have very positive health benefits. So simply being out in the forest and taking it in has some kind of, that's part of the bathing process, evidently. The sounds, of course, we live in a anthrophone, right? The sort of human-made soundscape. It's terrible and horrible. The vehicles are the worst, but the tree leaf blowers and all the machines that my virtuous neighbors have running to try to get those yards into shape. But it's horrible, right? The soundscape that we've created for ourselves. And when we get out and hear birds, the buzzing, the croaking, and also the comparative quiet, lots of things happen to us physiological that are beneficial, right? So we want these things. Stress levels go down because of what's happening at the auditory level. And of course, sites are probably the best researched area. We know even a picture in a hospital, right, of a forest or something can have significant benefits. Even better, a window showing a green space outside, and many other, the reduction of violence. I thought this was just too fascinating to pass up. In terms of the visual value of green space, we seem to be, our systems, we're organisms that love fractal patterns, and especially fractal patterns that fit a certain signature. And it's a signature that somebody has found, this fellow here, Richard Taylor in particular, has found in Jackson Pollock paintings. I was trying to figure out why they're so popular. It's evidently the fractal, because how else do you explain it, right? It's evidently the fractal pattern that intrigues us and stimulates us and puts us into a good brain wave pattern. Activates the parahippocampus, which is also activated when we're listening to music and engaged in those types of activities. So we find that the type of fractal pattern that's present in a lot of these Pollock paintings is a tree pattern, common in our oaks. So I was trying to figure out how to love my pin oak in my backyard, because they also can be you need to care for those oaks. I must have a very wet backyard. I've learned that they like wet areas, but lots of pin oaks in my backyard. But that fractal pattern, now I spend a lot more time with it trying to calm my nerves. And yes, green spaces make us more social, more generous in our, I mean, they've figured out how to measure these things, how you answer questions about your neighbors, things like that, less aggressive and violent, and more able to control our behavior, monitor our behavior. So that very important Greek, one of the cardinal virtues, sophrosune, right? This capacity to simply, take that deep breath and find that center and find some equanimity, sort of the meta virtue. So I just wanted quickly, to say a couple of things, because I was really pleased to hear what John, what those folks are doing in their outreach with tree planting, because they're following exactly what I would hope would be going on. And I know the Healthy Tree Canopy project that Robert's involved in, and that Mike Foley taught me about a few years ago. I know that they're doing things really well too along these lines. Probably more can always be done too. And it's not just about these groups, it's about the city. It's really important. And this is just talking about the environmental and social justice factor when we're talking about tree ethics, right? So we've already talked about these benefits. This is just to remind us. And we're aware, we heard from Samara, is that correct? Yeah, Samara, about the historic inequity that you can trace all the way back to the redlining. And we're familiar, I think, with how many of our current problems sort of just map right onto these old redlining maps that mortgage home loaners were studying. The asthma they're doing work on asthma, right? And that's definitely follows that pattern too. And I don't know about the role of trees in dealing with asthma, because sometimes trees cause allergies, but probably they're because of what they're doing for the, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna just say a couple of things really quickly about these inequities. So not that it should be brushed over quickly. So one issue is to just think, of course, in terms of the distributional injustice, right? And I think that's the first thing that comes to mind, is we just see that, although it's not always true, there's evidently Parma, for example, but very often what we find are that the more affluent and more white areas, suburbs, are going to have more canopy. And of course, in our urban environments, partly just because of the downtown infrastructure, but also in neighborhoods, it's at least usually the case that you're going to find less canopy. And hence you've got the issues we were talking about, the heat and other problems. So that's distributional justice, and that's distributional injustice. And that's an injustice that needs rectified. And the way to do that is to fix the distribution by planting trees wisely in the ways that a lot of our groups here today are directly participating in. We also, though, need to be aware of, and I think we are, I'm just sort of sharing that these are very important concerns, that we need to be aware of some other forms of injustice too, right? The historical story that has led to these inequities, for example. We need to be sensitive to why the inequities exist now, so that we can remove those causes, right? So just planting the trees isn't necessarily solving the problem that's driving that canopy inequity. So we have to look carefully at how to address that. And when we look somebody raised the really good question, is that not everybody are tree lovers, and there are tree haters too, or there are just tree skeptics, or just people who are a little reluctant or have some reservations. And some of those, I think, are sort of built on just myths. But there are legitimate worries that people, especially low-income households, are going to have about trees. And I think there's some well-earned skepticism that some communities have about the future that will follow after trees have been planted. And that's because of issues. For example, a developer might come, and maybe a vacant lot has been beautified and turned into an urban garden or a more forested space. And then tomorrow the developer comes and clears it all out and puts something there. That can be an issue. The municipal disinvestment that's already been addressed is obviously a source of skepticism. My city has not helped with the maintenance of these trees. That's all been left to us, and that can, under certain conditions, become very costly. I can barely afford to maintain the trees in my yard, and I'm doing, reasonably well income-wise. There's room for improvement there, yeah. So, and trees can, if they're poorly maintained, damage infrastructure. So it's certainly something to be alert to, as we've already seen. So I thought that, so there was the Detroit study on the basis for why some communities, some individuals are resistant to buying into tree planting projects. This is a more recent study that was conducted with 20 community leaders in North Philly, which is very low in terms of its canopy, and it's a poor part of a, generally speaking, poor large city in our country. It's a big city, Philadelphia, but it's a quite poor one. And all of these 20 folks that were interviewed were basically on board with tree planting. And many of them, in fact, 10 of them were participating in tree planting efforts directly. The other 10 were very enthusiastic about the prospect of tree planting, but all of them had stories to tell about their community members and the difficulties that their community members share, the worries they share, the skepticism they share. I think I've said something about that already, but there's a couple of other things we need to be aware of about a lot of these communities. If you're renting, right? If you're renting your space, first of all, you might not have that agency to plant trees in your yard. You might have an absentee landlord who doesn't care about anything, let alone trees. So that's a challenge we're facing in lower income neighborhoods. If we have elderly folks living in a space, they may feel that they just can't take on that. They may feel kind of alone and unable to sort of take on the responsibility of caring for this wonderful organism. A tree is sort of like a very difficult pet. A lot of people think dogs require some investment of time and care. So I thought that for us, it's important when we're talking about distributional justice, also to talk about, you could just talk about the procedural justice question. And this just requires that the communities where we're looking for more canopy, they need to be involved, right? And it sounds like they are being involved. John mentioned these community conversations in Fairfax and Huff and other communities, but the communities need to be involved. Their issues need to be addressed. And I'm just glad that that seems to be happening. And we also need to talk about, you could call it representational justice. Communities need to feel that they are actually taking some kind of leadership in this whole process too. And obviously they need to take leadership in the process, or a lot of these projects are going to fail. You know, it's one thing to plant a sapling or a seedling. It's another thing to grow an actual tree. You know, somebody points out, we're not really planting trees in a sense. We're planting seeds and seedlings, and then we need to make sure that the tree is what comes out of that. So, you know, that this is just sort of sending kudos to Cleveland. I think we've become a national leader in setting the example of including communities, in having leadership from our communities, stepping up and becoming the guardians of neighborhoods, communities, and trees. And that's Deborah Lewis, who some of you may know, over there in Huff, being interviewed. And then just the final, as a segue to, I think after lunch, we're going to learn more. If I can move the slide, we're going to learn more about still, I think, about the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy Grant Program. But I was really thrilled to see that maintenance is a big part of that, because that's an area where in many instances in the past, evidently, tree planting projects have failed communities. So that's exciting. That's all I had. So thanks for your patience right before lunch. My stomach's growling. If there are any, I don't know if we were going to have any questions.
We are behind. One question, then we'll probably take the questions at lunch as well. Sure. But shall we have one question right now? Yes.
And 1 and 2 seems to be the general survival rate for urban trees that are sort of just planted by a municipal worker, and then it's just there. It has about a 50% chance of making it, evidently. Well, I agree. And I think, you know, there's a lot of these worldwide and local tree planting initiatives, and they're important and we need to applaud them. But I think also just the sheer accounting, you know, if when these organizations, you know, say, look, we've planted, I don't know, 10,000 trees, that's not enough, right? We need to learn about, well, how many of those planted seeds or seedlings actually lived. Yeah, so those kinds of points I think are really important.
Let me add very quickly to that comment. Part of the application process is a 3-year maintenance. If there's no maintenance in the grant application, it gets lower number of points and it probably won't be fun. And it's an integral component. The first 3 years are what are needed to ensure that it actually survives longer.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert, and everyone. We are behind. We must reconvene by 1 o'clock. A few minutes before 1 o'clock, that gives us about 40 minutes, 35 to 40 minutes. We have to be courteous to the 2 afternoon sessions. You understand that? Yes. Okay, lunch is at the table here. There are Mr. Vild and Julie who can explain everything to you. Beverages down the line. To you.
Hopefully I'm not interrupting lunch too much. I hope you all enjoy the day so far. I'm really enjoying it. This is a really great symposium we're putting on, and I'm happy to sort of talk a little bit about what we're doing, some of the projects that we have going on. And it's sort of a nice piece, I think, right in the middle of the day, because talking some historical context over the last decade or so, which ties into some of the earlier talks, and then looking at the future, what do we have? And so all of this thinking with a climate change perspective. So everyone's been talking about it, and now we're really talking about it. So in fact, forests, you know, we talked about all the benefits that trees and forests have. But one of them, in fact, is their ability to actually fight climate change through carbon capture. And so trees can sequester or capture and sequester carbon dioxide and then store it in their plant tissues, whether that's long-term in woody tissue or in leaf matter. In fact, there's a number of different carbon pools that we can look at, thinking above ground biomass, all the things that we see growing. We've also got below ground biomass, the roots, microorganisms. We've got leaf litter that recycles through down woody material. So all those fallen branches, trees that get knocked down. And then of course, soil is actually a really large component of our carbon in our ecosystem. And so thinking about these things in mind, in fact, I'm the one up here presenting, but really Connie was the one that sort of drove the questioning here. And we partnered with Lubrizol Foundation, who was able to fund this opportunity for us. And so really we wanted to look at a couple of different things, big kind of broad goals of looking at our carbon storage across our entire park system, looking mainly within natural forested areas. We've got about 18,000 acres of natural forested areas in our park system. And then our goal too is really what do we do with those? How do we manage those, not only to be more climate resilient, but also combat climate change? And so 3 steps that I'll go over here in some detail. Step 1, we first developed a carbon accounting report. And then from that report, we're going to then take that information and develop specific forest management guidelines for certain reservations or certain natural plant community types. And then lastly, we want to develop some outreach materials. And so a potential interactive map and other various educational resources that I think would be really applicable for this audience and those even broader than this. So looking at our carbon accounting report, we have a long-term vegetation monitoring program that was set up in 2010 with some really good insight and foresight really by our previous director of natural resources. And so these plots were set up across the park system in 2010, and we revisit those on a regular basis. And so this first part is really going to be looking at plots from 2010 and their change up until 2021. So sort of a little bit of a historical context, but much more recent. And we analyzed these 100 plots, which was about 1,700 trees, through iTree, which was already mentioned earlier. It's a really great software program that you can use to get ecosystem services from your trees, look at growth rates, look at some really cool things by species, by trees, by size of those trees. And then what we did is also expanded to include 400 plots. So these were also monitored on a regular basis. And we're now taking a larger data set, which has got about 27,000 stems, so much larger, much more plots, and then putting them into this software called Forest Vegetation Simulator, or FVS, which was developed by the Forest Service in order to project future forest conditions. And so that's going to be the second part of this talk. I'll give an overview of each part and then some of the other steps that we're taking as well. So in our first report, again, looking at the period from 2010 to 2021, we've got a couple of really cool highlights. The first one being that we've actually, in our natural forested areas, had an increase in canopy coverage, about 7%. And that's contrary to what we've seen in the county at large. And even thinking about some of these other broader issues like emerald ash borer that have come through, we've actually had an increase in canopy coverage, which is pretty astounding, I think. We've had an increase in tree size, so our trees are still growing. They're still getting older and more mature, as well as a total increase in carbon storage. We're up to almost 1 million metric tons of carbon, which is a really profound amount, I think, when you really think about it. So overall average in our park system, yes, we use metric here. So sorry for those that are not super familiar with the metric system, but we are averaging about 144 metric tons of carbon per hectare, which is really, really awesome amount. I'll give some sort of perspectives on what that actually looks like. And so both that, our total carbon storage, what we actually have right now at this moment, and our annual rate of capture, those are both above average, well above average, in fact, pretty broadly, not only within Ohio, but even broader than that. So what does that mean? You know, I can sit here and say that, but I'll show you that as well. So our average rate of capture of carbon is about 20,000 metric tons of carbon per year. If you're more familiar with carbon dioxide as a rate, that's about 75,000 metric tons of CO2. Those are the same. And to give that a little bit more of a context, that's about a rate of 2 baseballs per meter squared every single year of carbon. So it's about 0.3 of a kilogram of carbon per meter squared. For me, that just gives a little bit more context of what that actually means on a smaller scale. But on a bigger scale, we can go and look at the US EPA carbon calculator, which you can put these metrics in and they'll give you some printouts of what that actually relates to. And so in other words, we capture as a park system in our natural forested areas over 8 million gallons of gasoline every year, which is the equivalent of about 9,000 homes energy usage for the entire year, or about 16,000 passenger vehicles, again, on a yearly basis. So we are doing really, really awesome. In fact, how do we compare to other park systems or other natural areas? There was an average from a study in, I think it was 2013, there were 28 cities and 6 actual state data sets, statewide data sets, and they averaged 0.277 kilograms of carbon per meter squared per year. So we're above that on average. And then within Ohio, urban communities, we're also well above that. So thumbs up, we're doing pretty good. Now I wanted to bring in some countywide data too, to give that a little bit more perspective as well. So this is our average 10-year carbon capture, carbon sequestration rate in green. We're again around 80,000, and this is in metric tons of CO2 per year. For reference, Newburgh Heights is about the town of about 2,000 individuals, and their emissions are right around 40,000. So we're doing pretty good compared to that. However, unfortunately, when you scale up to some of these larger communities and look at the emission rates from Parma or from Cleveland, we are pretty darn small. And so I say this not to be discouraging, but rather the fact that we are doing a really good job in our park system, but we're here because we love trees and we all advocate for trees, but they cannot do it all. You know, there definitely needs to be emission cutbacks more broadly, despite our tremendous effort of trees in our forest canopy. So then I wanted to look forward and project what our forest might look like under our current conditions and potential future conditions. So I developed this model, which is a kind of a baseline model. We're leaving some components out just for complexity. And so there are a few limitations that I'll note and that will be important to think about in the context of the results. So one, there's no regeneration here, meaning no seedlings are produced in this model. It's very difficult to estimate not only seed production, but also seed survival rate. Very, very difficult for that. Climate change is another thing that we have not yet incorporated. And we have very minimal pest and pathogen influence, which really is a significant component. We put a moderate amount of decline or mortality from emerald ash borer. But as we know, there are a number of other pests and pathogens that are going on right now that are going to significantly impact our canopy. So with these caveats in mind, this graph is showing what our potential future growth is going to be, both from the light green color, which is our total stems. So these are going to be small saplings, basically 4 inches and under. And then our dark green color is going to be our total tree cover or our total tree count. And so you can see there's actually an increase over the next couple of decades up until about 2045. And although we see a decrease in our saplings or our total stem count, again, we're not looking at including regeneration in here. So that's expected that not only they grow and mature, they're going to go on to become trees, but we're not replacing those small stems in this model. So again, the important part that I want to take away from this graph is that we have the potential to increase our tree population still, despite what's going on. Looking at a more local scale at some of our reservations. So on the graph from left to right, we've got our largest to smallest reservations, with Brecksville being the largest. And as a result, Brecksville and Hinckley are both pretty large. They have the largest total tree population or stem population. Brecksville, again, being the highest, largest by area, also has the largest tree count. So a lot of large mature trees there. And if we think about the proportion of trees to saplings, we're thinking about the age structure of that forest. So we have Bedford Reservation has a large proportion of, the largest proportion of trees, as well as our, what I call the minor reservations. So those are the collection of smaller reservations like Acacia, Euclid Creek, West Creek, all of those are combined into one that I'm calling minor. So both Bedford and Minor have a really high proportion of trees, not as much smaller stems there. Yes, Hinckley is HI right in the middle, this one that I circled here. Yep. So Hinckley, in fact, has the lowest proportion of trees, meaning it is actually a very young forest from what we see here. So potential to continue growing. Again, thinking about age structure and what does that mean for our future. What we also did is then break this down by plant community type. And so we've got 6 different plant community types laid out here. Again, left to right being largest to smallest in our reservations. So beech mixed hardwood and oak mixed hardwood have the highest stem density. Again, being 2 of our larger components within our park system. And then I didn't circle this one, but alluvial is the second from the left. And that has a small total stem count, but has a very large proportion of trees. So potentially either a little bit older of a system, or again, being some of those pest and pathogen influences from EAB causing decline, causing a smaller number of stems to be present here. And when we think about this from a carbon perspective, this graph shows the variety of carbon pools that we have. with the top line being the total carbon pool. And so overall, we see a pretty good trend of increase over time in all of our pools, which is awesome. So in total in 2021, we averaged about 203 metric tons of carbon per hectare. And that was a little bit different from the number I shared previously, the 144, which was only looking at above ground growth or trees and standing dead trees. This is incorporating all of our carbon pools. So our below ground growth, our leaves and woody tissue that's fallen on the ground. And what it doesn't include is soil estimate in FBS at least. And so what I did is go outside of FBS to soil grids, which is an international project to model. It's got a very complex modeling system where they're estimating soil carbon as well as a number of other metrics. And so I pulled that out, and our average for the park system is about 55 metric tons per hectare. And so if we bump that number up, we're actually, our total is actually around 258 metric tons of carbon per hectare, which again, we are doing really, really good with. So this is sort of the data and figures that I've been working on most recently. And there will be another, we'll have another more detailed report. I have lots more to share, but only so much time to do it here today. And so what we're going to do is take those results and put them into our forest management guidelines. And so really some of our goals might be to maximize not only the carbon storage in a system, but also ecosystem resilience and other ecosystem services as well. So we can simulate things like timber stand improvements. So things like forest thinning, removing of old decaying or diseased trees, or underplanting new trees. And so we're going to have those recommendations for specific reservations, specific stands, sometime in the next year or so. And then finally, our step 3 is educational resources. So what can we provide to the community to be able to make better decisions for tree plantings? And so we put out a survey. In fact, to some of you in this room may have received that survey. And I'm very grateful that you actually filled that out because we got some really nice information from there. So we've got responses from Cleveland Tree Coalition, from LEAP, and then various planting associations as well. And one of the things that we took out of that was there's a really strong need for a tree selection tool. And so there are other tools that exist out in the country, but none for Ohio, none for Northeast Ohio at least. And so you can go through something like this Vermont Urban and Community Forestry Tree Selector. You can put in certain criteria that you want to include in your tree planting that are important to you. So things like growth rate, things like, what time of year does it flower if you're more landscape oriented, but also the thing that we really want to incorporate in here is carbon capture and climate resiliency. And so those are two really important components that we have data on and that we would like to be able to summarize and share those for the broader community to make decisions on tree planting. And so another component that we'd like to get out is a potential mapping product, in which case we map using a national land fire database, our different plant communities in the area. So this is North Chagrin Reservation, and I've highlighted a beech maple forest here. And that should, once you click on that polygon, it'll pop up all sorts of information about how much carbon is stored, what's the sequestration rate, what other ecosystem services do you have there? As well as then a potential list of species that you might find there, which then can link back to our tree selection tool. It'll give you more information about that species, growth rate, soil drought tolerance, etc. And so being able to have both of these two products combined and integrated, I think would be a really awesome resource to provide for the community. And from the survey that we developed, it seems like it's really needed and would be really appreciated. So those will be coming along again sometime towards the end of 2023. And so just to finish up, I just wanted to kind of summarize what our perspective is on climate change here and what we're doing to directly address it. Not only climate change, but also thinking about species composition, age structure of the forest, pests and pathogens, all of these factors that are going to be influencing our future growth of forests are going to be really important. And we are taking all of these into direct consideration with our tree plantings, trying to make sure that we promote a resilient ecosystem. And so with that in mind, I am directly advocating for consideration of carbon storage and sequestration, as well as climate tolerance when you consider tree plantings, not just growth rate, not just what color is the flower, but all of these things are really important. And depending on your perspective, you may weigh some metrics higher than others, but I am strongly advocating for you to consider carbon storage to combat climate change and also climate resiliency as factors. And with that, I just want to thank the Lubrizol Foundation and all of our PCAP program, our Plant Community Assessment Program. So Sarah Eisenbach and all of the seasonals that have worked over the last 11 years now on data collection. And we'll see if I've got maybe a question or two. Yeah, we have some indicator species analysis that were done, dividing up our plant communities. I know John Rainier's got really detailed methodology for that, and I've got that written up. But I need to go back through that. Essentially, it's an indicator plant analysis that was done. Yeah, so the question was about pests and pathogens being included in the models, and also why is that decline starting in the year 2045? So that 2045, that decline is probably happening because we've not included any sort of regeneration in the modeling. So we did not put seeds in. There's no resprouts, no growth. We have small stuff at the start of the model, but it will mature and nothing is replacing it in the model. That does not mean that's what will actually happen in the forest. There will be, seeds that are produced. So that's why that decline happens after a couple of decades. And forest pests and pathogens are a huge contributor to what we will see in our future. I've been studying that directly with beech leaf disease, and there's a number of others. We will be incorporating some of that into the specific stand management. It can get very complex when you're including all of these different things into a model. So I just wanted to provide a kind of a base model just to start and see where we're at, aside from all of those factors. And so yes, we will, and we need to and will include some of those in our it probably will be in the specific forest management guidelines to consider. Thanks.
Moving on. Session 3, more into implementation. And in particular, we have chosen speakers who are willing to assess current programs, both positively and negatively around the county. And 3 presenters as well. And first we have Mike Foley from Cuyahoga County Sustainability Office and talking about the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy grants.
Hi, everyone. Let's see, I should go over by the microphone, I guess. Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Foley. I'm the Director of Sustainability for Cuyahoga County. As Executive Budish mentioned this morning, I came in with him when he came in 7 years ago as the county executive. And so we've got a small little department formed in 2015. And our work is basically to think about, climate justice, environmental matters, kind of the like. And, I tell people, Cuyahoga County was formed in 1810. And in the 212-year history of Cuyahoga County, I tell people I am the greatest sustainability director it has ever had, right? And then Armin will say, well, yeah, but you're also the worst, right? Because I'm the only one, right? But we really have been trying to think through with Executive Buddish's really strong support and county council support, thinking through, all right, how do we, climate change is occurring here, right? And it's not just affecting us, it's affecting the world. And how do we address it locally? How do we react to it? How do we, kind of measure ourselves against other folks in the world? So in 2017, 2018, we started thinking about, all right, we need a climate change action plan to think about how the county addresses climate issues. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that, some of the research we've been able to do, some of the programs we're working on, specifically in relation to trees. So the first thing I just want to say is, Armin really got angry about that. I remember getting a call from him on a Saturday afternoon in 2016, 2017, I forget what it was. But it was, President Trump had just become president and announced he was getting out of the Paris Climate Accords. And a lot of us were upset about that. And we're thinking, all right, what the heck, man, this is a mess. It's terrible. We've got a national leader at the national level who's saying we're getting out of kind of thinking about climate as a thing. And so we looked around and we started talking about this, and there was a whole bunch of other places across the country who are thinking the same thing. Local governments were thinking, all right, what do we do locally to fix what the national government is trying to get us out of? So we joined it's national climate, it's a international group with global climate mayors, basically. And so the nice thing is they'd put together this kind of methodology on how do local governments think about climate. And so we kind of follow that methodology. And one of the things you want to look at is, how is climate going to affect you? How has it already affected you? And what should you be doing in the future? So we kind of looked at that methodology and started measuring, at least initially, how has climate already affected us? So this is some stuff we've kind of put together. And, we use this term now, the 4 Ws. We're going to have warmer, wetter, wilder weather affecting Cuyahoga County. And something that Armin talks about frequently, he gave a State of the County speech around just the 4 Ws a couple years ago, and how do we react to it. So I'm going to walk through at least a little bit about some of the data that we know is happening. So at least on the warmer side, temperature side, if you look at the average temperature over every minute, over every day, over the last 100 years, we've seen a pretty significant increase on a yearly basis. So this is a study, research done by the Midwest Regional Climate Center. They're based out of Purdue. There's other work done out of the University of Ann Arbor, the Great Lakes Climate Adaptation Network out of Ann Arbor. But it kind of measures the work that's been done, at least on temperature side, how climate change has already affected us. So we're seeing almost right now about a 2-degree increase on the Fahrenheit side over the last 10 years as opposed to the last 100 years. And if you look at this map, so we look at the 100-year average, the 30-year average, and the last 10-year average, and it's going up precipitously, or pretty quickly. So we know that we're going to see, we have seen, and the modeling shows we're going to see higher increases in temperature in the region. This is also shown by the Arbor Day Foundation's put together a map of what the growing seasons are now. And so our growing season locally has absolutely changed. So we used to be in zone, I always get this wrong. We used to be in zone 5, now we're in zone 6, or opposite. We're now in zone 6. Okay, so our growing season has changed, which means we have a longer growing season, which means that there can be maybe good for some plants, maybe bad for some other plants, and it maybe means that there's going to be more invasive species here. So it changes kind of how naturally our region has been able to grow things here, and what things will grow here. The other thing is around precipitation. So same thing as compared to temperature. you can see that we've seen an increase of about 5.2 inches of precipitation from 100-year average to the last 10-year average. And same thing, it's gone up fairly dramatically over the, I mean, those bar graphs don't look very dramatic, but it has gone up fairly dramatically over the last 100 years to 30 years to 10 years. So wetter, we're gonna have a wetter region. We're also gonna have a little bit more wilder region. So as we get more precipitation, it's gonna come in stronger storms. So over the 100-year average, there's at least 6 storms a year that would have at least 1 inch of precipitation. Now we're looking at around 8. And I think we all recognize this. We're seeing stronger storms. I mean, you know, I think just our own kind of knowledge about living in Northeast Ohio, we're seeing a little bit more stronger storms, more weirder storms happening in the region. This also shows kind of, this is just an interesting map I found just around ice coverage. So as we're seeing a warmer region, we're also seeing less ice coverage across the Great Lakes. And overall, it's around a 69% loss in all Great Lakes ice coverage over the last since 1973 to 2017. I think was the last time this was measured. But Lake Erie is right. You know, we've seen this is Lake Erie, and I think we've seen a pretty dramatic, over 50% decrease in ice coverage over the course of years, which means that we're seeing more kind of fluctuation in the lake levels, I think. So while we're seeing more precipitation coming, we're also seeing less ice coverage, which means that there's more evaporation in the spring, which means that there's this kind of quicker change in the lake levels, which also leads to more erosion issues that affect the landfall. So and this is a study that was also done by, let's see, Kent State, I think, or Akron. I forget. It may say down there. But there was a grad student out of one of the local universities who just did a kind of a research on comparing, you know, what is the ambient temperature on hot days at 100 feet above ground to what it is at ground levels. And so this is kind of a cool map that shows where high heat days really occur in Cuyahoga County. And you can see the red sections are more higher days, so that there's a more distinct difference. It could be 6, 7, 8 degrees difference in heat at levels where you see the red dots. Yellow, maybe 5 or 6 degrees difference. Where you've got more trees in the outer suburbs, there's a lot smaller difference in between the ambient air temperature at 100 feet above and the ground level. So we know that trees are important for high heat areas. And we've got a lot of kind of, you know, kind of high heat issues that we, you know, probably haven't had to face so far in over the last, you know, 100 years in this county. But we know that those are areas that we're going to have to face in the future as temperatures rise. So working in our with our we've got a great county planning department, and they've helped us kind of think through, all right, how do we address or how do we prioritize where we should be spending money on trees and resources on kind of cooling areas with trees. And so they put together this great vulnerability map, thinking through where are kind of things like social factors like age and race and poverty and kind of census tracts, overlapping that with where there are things like there's a lower tree canopy, right? Where there are maybe more rental housing, potentially without air conditioning. So kind of it's this kind of cool map that they put together that kind of puts together these factors and helps us kind of have a sense of within the county where we should be focusing resources on future things like planting trees, on putting cooling centers in. For us, it's also, we're doing a lot of work on energy now. So are there ways that we can put together, you know, community solar projects in communities? So this is a really helpful tool that the county planning department has, and you can get it on their website. And they really are a great planning department. They've got great reams of data if anyone's interested in doing research in the county. So we've, as our, you know, kind of the reason we're here is one of the, you know, is we put together kind of thinking about our climate action plan. We're looking at things like energy and transportation and natural systems and health and and Robert over at the health department has really put together a new guideline now on kind of how the health department can think through, how climate change will impact the healthcare system, and then land use planning. But one of the things we absolutely know is that we are a region that needs more trees. We're, as Executive Budish talked about earlier, we are the climate city, the forest city, right? And we've seen a significant decrease in the amount of canopy coverage in the region. And planning department has really put together a good map basically now that shows where we see a decrease in the amount of trees in the region. Nationally, the kind of the goal for an urban community, a built out urban community like Cuyahoga County is around, you should have around 35 to 40% of tree canopy coverage across your geography. We're not there. In fact, we've seen a significant decrease locally. So this is also on the county planning website, but it goes through every community in the county and it looks at what the tree canopy coverage is in each community. And some, as you can see around the kind of exurbs, outer edges of the county are strong, right? So we've got some communities on the east and west side and southern suburbs that are doing pretty well. City of Cleveland, Brook Park, Brooklyn, some of the first ring suburbs in the city of Cleveland are struggling, right? And then we've got a lot in between. So it's one of the reasons why we put together this Healthy Urban Tree Canopy program. And Executive Budish really championed it, and our county council really supported it as well. So we've been able now over the last 4 years to put $1 million a year into the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy program. We got kicked out in 2020 because of the pandemic, and we weren't sure if we were going to have any money that year. But county council came back and put more money into it. So we just finished up our second or third round in spring, and we'll be doing another round starting again in January for next year's round. But we think it's been pretty successful. Part of this is that as a former legislator, the State House, I know that the state government cut funds to local cities across the board during my time frame down there. And I voted against that, just so you know, if there's anyone from cities. But things like arborists and kind of urban, folks who thought about tree canopy in cities, those are kind of some of the first, probably budget cuts that cities had to make, right? And so one of the things that we knew is that there's a lot of cities that just needed help planning, thinking about, all right, where should we be planning, not planting, but planning, where should we be putting trees at? And so the first kind of round of money was just thinking through, all right, cities put together a good, decent plan on where you want to use these resources in the future. And so that was the kind of the first round. In the second round and the third round, people have actually been planting a lot of trees. So we've had about 7,500 trees will be planted as of this fall. So so we're averaging maybe about 3,000 to 4,000 trees planted over the last couple years. And we expect that more will be planted, in this next round, probably the same number, which we know isn't enough, but it's a good start. And then the city of Cleveland also has started to put money into tree planting. So they're putting also $1 million a year. And we think that this could be good seed money for programs that the federal government's putting out. So out of the infrastructure budget and the IRA budget, new climate budget, we think there's going to be more resources available for tree planting for urban communities, which we hope that our dollars can be seed money to draw down more funds. And I should say, Stephen Love is here from the Cleveland Foundation, and they've just been wonderful helping us think through this stuff and putting resources into it. The City of Cleveland, as I said, has been good. Western Reserve Land Conservancy has been great. Holden Forest and Gardens has been wonderful. There's a lot of good partners here who are thinking about this consistently and putting resources in the trees. And so I think we're lucky right now at this time. This is a good time for us to have a lot of good groups who are thinking about putting resources back in the trees. And this is stuff we probably talked about all morning. I had to leave for half the morning, but trees are important for a whole bunch of reasons, right? So they improve water quality, they reduce erosion and stormwater runoff. We know we've got a stormwater problem in the region. They save energy. They lower city temperatures with the high heat issues. and reduce air pollution. We've got a huge asthma problem in this region. So hopefully more trees will minimize ground level ozone in some of the more denser urban communities, which is a health concern. So there's a lot of reasons why we think at the county this is an important time to be putting more resources into trees. So this is just I don't know. There's this guy Isaac Cordell who is a kind of a climate sculptor and a little bit of skeptic about politics and leadership taking action around this. And so this is a sculpture. Politicians sitting around talking about climate change, I think is the name of it. Hopefully we're doing a little bit more than that. We really are trying to think through how with our Healthy Urban Tree Canopy program, we can spread resources into thinking about trees as infrastructure and trees as a health concern for this county and this community and how we can address it. And I do want to, I do want to say this because I didn't say it, but we really, I want to, we really do have really good county partners who are thinking about this. So our Soil and Water Conservation District, Kristen Hall's here. The Health Department has been great. Our Planning Department. As I say, there's folks in county government who are not just sustainability, not just kind of executive Buddhist, are some great county council people who really care about this stuff. There is kind of this good, I think, movement within local government, county government, to think about this as a is something we really should be working strongly on. And so hopefully we're not ending up like those guys. Right. And more than willing to take any questions, and unless we wait till the end. Dan?
We do have a couple of questions that have come in on Zoom. If you don't mind us starting with those very briefly. One question came from Kurt asking if you have any idea how much the City of Cleveland School District has been involved with regreening schoolyards with new tree or shrubs plantings.
Yeah, I couldn't hear the question. Sorry.
It was regarding the City of Cleveland School District, any efforts on those by them and their parties in regreening their
So the question is around City of Cleveland School District, right? And they've got a lot of buildings, they've got a lot of land. What are they doing in terms of engaging in kind of tree work? And I think it's a little bit hit or miss. I don't know that the district as the district has kind of thought about this as a kind of a programmatic element of what they're doing. But I know that there are some schools where the kids will go out and collect nuts, and they're sending them over to Kristen in Soil and Water Conservation District, and you're teaching them how to kind of both collect nuts, how to plant trees, things like that. So I think it's a little bit hit or miss. Some schools are doing better jobs than others are. Yeah, it's good. So one is, so the question is, what bottlenecks do we see in the future, right? So we've planning and planting and are things that we've kind of thought about in the first couple years. What do we see in the future, I guess? And one is that the county does this funding in 2-year cycles. So we've got another round of $1 million set for calendar year 2023 in 2024, basically. But what happens after that? So we're politically, are we going to be able to convince the new county executive and the new county council next year to put this in the budget? So that's a potential bottleneck that we could use support on thinking about. Two is that, I think we've, and Kristen and I were talking about this a little bit earlier, is that, we think we've run a pretty decent program, and we've had a lot of, we've had a lot of interest in it. We've had 20, we'll give out 25 grants a year, but there's maybe 40 that will apply for this, right? I think we want to go back to some of the grantees and think about how's this working out? Does it, is this effective? Are we too bureaucratic? Or is the process too onerous? Are we doing a good enough job to follow up on you guys to make sure that the trees you're planting are being planted well? And Soil and Water does a great job of going out every time just to watch people planting. But what's the maintenance afterwards? And are we spending enough on maintenance is one of the things. So I think we're try to get an assessment this year from kind of the community. We've had 3 years of the program running forward now. what changes should we be making? And obviously we'll rely on you as well to help us think through that. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I had a kid ask me, "Hey, can't we plant palm trees on Carmen Avenue where I live?" And I said, that doesn't work, right? So the question is right trees, right place, right time. Yeah, and it's are we thinking enough about that? I guess, right? And I think we try to. And Robert especially is really good about this. When we get applications in for we're going to plant X amount of trees at X amount of spot. We want to know what kind of trees are being planted. Are they canopy trees or are they decorative? We're not trying to fund decorative trees, right? Are they going to fit in a tree lawn, right? And grow there and thrive there? Or is salt going to, affect their ability to grow? I actually think we're pretty good at that. Maybe we could be better, but I think we do try to think about what the tree species is. Is it going to be climate? Sensitive as we get a warmer, wetter climate in the future? Are we going to be, are these trees going to be able to thrive under that environment? So I think we have a decent sense of that and something we think about. Catch me afterwards. All right. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike Foley. Next up, we have Lizzie Swords representing the Western Reserve Land Conservancy that has had an important program going for a number of years, the Reforest Our City program. Lizzie? Oh, there you are. Yes.
All right, so thanks everybody. I'm here to give an overview of the Land Conservancy's Reforest Our City program. This will be more of a qualitative assessment rather than quantitative. We are a small program very focused on implementation. The mission of the Reforest Our City initiative, which is the community forestry program at the Western Reserve Land Conservancy, is to increase Cleveland's tree canopy by growing trees, advocating for mature trees, and engaging residents as volunteers. So we do this by planting young trees and maintaining them through establishment. And in that we record tree and site data in order to keep track of our progress on those plantings, survivability, what needs to be replaced, what's doing well, what isn't doing well. We advocate for mature trees by participating in resident-led committees, such as the Ward 15 Tree Canopy Steering Committee that came out of Jenny Spencer's council leadership, Tremont Tree Initiative, other tree steward-led initiatives that come to us for support, as well as researching best practices and policies and bringing those to our partners on Cleveland City Council when asked, and building strong relationships with the City of Cleveland and other regional stakeholders. We engage residents and volunteers through our tree steward training program, hosting tree adoptions, and providing ways to learn, connect, and give back through our community tree plantings and tree care work days. So by the numbers, what this works out to with our site and planting data is that Reforest Our City has planted and distributed over 15,000 trees and seedlings in the greater Cleveland area since 2015. We've trained over 300 tree stewards in that time as well. So program challenges. This is a relatively young program, started in 2014 with first plantings in 2015, was that we really needed to get our foot in the door. The Land Conservancy as an organization has a very large regional footprint, and this leads to a big geographical footprint in terms of our first plantings, early volunteer trainings, really just needing to say yes when an opportunity presented itself as a new planting partner in the area. We also had a little bit of a building our cart while we were still attaching the horse. So figuring out our planting at the same time that we're figuring out our maintenance resources, working on all of that all at the same time with a small group is very challenging. The Land Conservancy is not a major landowner in the city of Cleveland or in the surrounding urbanized areas. So this presents a bureaucratic challenge of needing to plant on land that is not owned by the Land Conservancy and getting landowner permission, navigating a permit system, some of which exist with better structure than others, depending on the municipality where you're planting. And again, that cart and horse issue of program implementation at the same time as program development is a very unique challenge, but required by funders, right? Nobody wants to give money to a program that's not doing anything, but you need that funding in order to get the resources to provide that implementation. So this is a map of our Northeast Ohio planting sites. You can see that there is a big geographic distribution with most of our planting sites in Cuyahoga County, but this is a relatively large county if you are a small team with one truck and a lot of trees to water. So as the program becomes more established, we focus on a City of Cleveland priority with a goal of planting 90% of our trees in city limits. And within that, because the City of Cleveland is still geographically a large area for just one truck to cover, we have priority neighborhoods in Mount Pleasant, Buckeye Shaker, Union Miles, Slavic Village, and on the west side, Cudell and Detroit Shoreway. And with our regional sites, we are looking more at just supporting other Land Conservancy projects as needed. So that's why we do have some planting sites in Ashtabula, Cuyahoga, and Lorain counties, because the Land Conservancy's conservation programming has offices out there. So this is a zoom in of our Cuyahoga planting sites. And we are hoping to see many more green dots in that priority neighborhood where priority area where neighborhoods are more contiguous. So when we selected our priority neighborhoods, we utilized the Cleveland Tree Plan, a document that many of us in this room are very familiar with, to look at the index of need, the canopy metrics, the socioeconomic factors in those neighborhoods, and health determinants. We also had to examine our existing partnerships. So which CDCs or neighborhood groups does Land Conservancy have strong partnerships with? What is our history working in those neighborhoods? It's much easier for me to find a suitable planting site if I can work with relationships that have been there for years before I've been at the organization, to plant on sites that are sourced by neighbors and have strong support in the community, rather than go out on my own without any of the social resources that our communities have. And we are also a canopy focused program. And because we are a small program, we have to concentrate our resources. There's no way to be able to tell if we are addressing canopy as a program that's only planting a few hundred trees a year if we're all over the county. We really want to be zoomed in so that if the day comes when the Land Conservancy or any other universities with a geographic program that have students looking at addressing canopy in Cleveland want to do a parcel by parcel analysis, just saying, I know we have some university professors in the room, that we are concentrating our resources so that we can make the potential case that we had an impact on canopy change. We can't do that if we are putting our few drops in the bucket all over a large geographic area. So that was an overview of our implementation. I'm going to talk now about the tools that we use to do that and kind of the change that we've seen since the program has developed and grown. We use tools that are familiar to a lot of people in this room: pruners, shovels, rakes, small equipment, large equipment, and various supplies to plant trees. At the start of this program's inception, we were kind of, again, all over the city. We had our tree storage on East 72nd Street. We were storing our vehicle on West 25th and our office spaces in downtown Cleveland. So for our field crew to meet on West 25th, then go to Superior, St. Clair to pick up their supplies or their trees, and then go out all over the city is a lot of wasted time. It's just not efficient. So in 2021, we were able to work with our community partners over at Riddle in the Kinsman neighborhood and move and consolidate onto a lot that Riddle is operating out of. So this is what we call our tree yard. We can keep all of our tools and trees here. We're also very lucky to have good partners at CMHA where we can store our vehicles. So we are within a 10-block radius, all of our supplies now. We still have office space in downtown Cleveland, but this also gives us proximity to our priority neighborhoods. So we're cutting down drive time so that we can spend more time with each tree and be more efficient with our maintenance through establishment. Our 2014 to 2021 tree storage primarily containers baldwin burlap trees. These require healing in, they require watering. They're very heavy to move. We are a program that relies deeply on volunteer labor. And we have asked a lot of our volunteers when we show up to plantings with a 2-inch caliper baldwin burlap tree to move it into a hole. It's a lot of physical work. Yeah. I know that there are many people in this room that have probably had to do that as part of our program. So I say thank you. So this year, with the support of a GLRI grant through the University of Minnesota, we were able to build a Missouri gravel bed. This allows us to purchase bare root trees, large bare root trees, 1 inch to 2 inches in caliper. I can hold 2 of them at the same time without any of the additional equipment. That's great. And that saves our volunteers a lot of backbreaking work and allows us to save money on tree stock. So we are very grateful to them for their support in helping us to bring this to our program. With our tree plantings and our care, now that we've gone over where we plant and the tools we use to do it, our purpose is to engage volunteers and grow tree canopy. So where do we plant? We plant on vacant lots in the city of Cleveland via the land bank, either the city land bank or the county land bank. And we plant in conjunction with community development corporations, Groundwork, which is our vacant land repair program, the city of Cleveland, or neighbors that bring projects forward to us. We plant in tree lawns. This is our least common planting space right now, just because we haven't had a strategy to do this efficiently, but we've worked with partners like Laura Marks, who's in the room today, to find streets where we can put 15 trees in on the same day and do a street transformation. We also plant on developed green spaces like city parks. So the Michael J. Zone Recreation Center in Detroit Shoreway, we've planted there, schoolyards and libraries. These are high impact and highly visible plantings on a site that we know is going to remain a park likely forever. And for our maintenance program, we have a planting to maintenance schedule. Most ROC trees are maintained for 3 years following planting. The ones that are not, we have an understanding with the partner where we're providing or supporting planting that they'll take on that maintenance themselves. So phase 1 is planting, project selection, submit permits, order all of our trees, arrange our event details so that we can bring out volunteers and add all of our trees to a digital inventory as soon as they're planted. Phase 2, we call establishment. Our trees are visited weekly from the end of May through mid-September for their first 3 summers. We water, weed, and mulch trees, mulch seasonally, water each week, weed as needed. We adjust ties and stakes, pick up litter, and record site notes. Especially on our vacant lots, it's important to us that our sites look good when we leave, because the larger aspect of the Thriving Communities program for the Land Conservancy is neighborhood stabilization. We want these sites to look as though they're being cared for. And phase 3, monitoring. Ideally, we will visit all sites annually for 6 years. This is a new guideline, so we don't have sites where we've had to do this yet, go back and visit for 6 years. Prune trees 1 time after establishment before handing that maintenance back over to the city of Cleveland, and replace any trees that do not survive. So with this, we've addressed standards of care that our seasonal maintenance crews take with them and incorporate into their site notes and the care of these sites. Every tree is watered regularly. We have deer protection, ties, and trunk guards, and they are all replaced. We want all of our sites, again, to be free of litter, to have land conservancy signage, and that we have taught everybody, including volunteers that may be out with us, how to properly report and log any issues that come up, such as show up to a site and 4 trees are broken. That's happened before. Vandalism, buck rub. We're in the rut season now, so we show up to sites and we see deer caging is all over the place because the deer are out rubbing on trees, things like that. That our tools, equipment, and data are all kept in good working order. That we are sorting, labeling, storing everything properly, being as efficient as we can be with a small team. And so with that, we do all that work with the seasonal tree crew. Here is an example of a day in their life. They're very busy. We really could not do what we do without our seasonal tree crew, and they are watching on Zoom. So I just do want to say thank you to them. They're out there in the heat of summer watering all of our trees. It's a tough job. For our tree adoptions, this is how we see our program providing trees on private property, which is where we know we have the highest potential to grow canopy. So we used to host these through the Arbor Day Foundation, which is a great partner to have, but the cons of working with this programming was that it was expensive. We had a limited tree species selection, and it puts a middleman between the Land Conservancy and our recipients. We want anything that we do with community forestry to put us in direct contact with people receiving our trees so that we can bring them into the fold of volunteering, receiving additional trees. And it was also really hard to limit geographically. So once we had these target neighborhoods, it was hard to work with an external party's system in order to set up those restrictions. But it did get trees into Cleveland yards. It provided a template for us to build out our own program, and it was less administrative work. So we have a new program called Trees for Clee, tree adoptions. The purpose is to grow canopy on private property and to find and engage new program participants. We are also lucky to have tree stewards who will help us plant trees for neighbors that cannot plant them themselves, and it connects those tree stewards to neighbors. So this is open to all residents of Cleveland, but we do, instead of having a first come, first serve reservation, we have interested residents fill out an application, and then we match them based on if they're in a priority neighborhood or not. So somebody may be the first person to sign up in West Park, but we will wait to fulfill their request until we know that we don't have anybody in a target neighborhood to take on that tree. This is our least labor intensive way to increase trees planted. And because our highest canopy potential is on private property, these tree adoptions are a good way to get more trees in the ground and have more conversations with self-selecting residents about trees. The downside is that we are still then waiting for residents to self-select into that conversation about trees. So our successes from this new program is that we get a lot of repeat planters. This past spring, close to 50% of our pickups were people that had received a tree before. And then we invite all recipients to be tree stewards. So a new audience. This is just a quick map of where these trees go, and I've highlighted our target neighborhoods. I did hear your alarm go off. Apologize. We also have tree stewards. I know there are tree stewards in the room. Our ideal pipeline is introducing people to our program, having them go through tree steward training, and then having them participate as a key volunteer, as a planting leader, resident tree committee member, tree commissioner, or to plan a neighborhood tree event themselves. This is an overview of their curricula. We have them in classroom sessions and out in the field. As for steward roles, we have planting leaders where they are go through a special training in order to lead new volunteers through our planting process in a standardized way. And that really helps us keep control of how our trees are being planted on site so that we're not assigning tree planting to somebody that has never done it before. We know that we have a trusted person watching and assisting through that. And then we have tree stewards who are neighborhood resources because there are a lot of them and fewer of us. They are our boots on the ground, so we are really thankful to our tree stewards, and we couldn't do this program without them. And I know I've gone over, so Roy, if there's time for questions, I'll take them. We've just started doing that. So this summer we wrapped up inventorying all of our known planting sites and recording the data for trees on there. We used ArcGIS field maps. So we've just completed that data collection process right as we're heading into planting season. So we haven't had time to dig into it to put up that survivability rate, but that is a goal that we will have that monitoring data. Thank you.
All right, we are coming to the last presentation of the last presentation session. And after that comes our panel discussion, which will be very good. I know that not everyone will be able to stay until the absolute end. So right now I want to read the results of our raffle. And we have 12 trees to give away. That is one of our vendors, and that's Julie Slater of Meadow City Native Plant Nursery. Julie, stand up actually, please. So yeah, we thank her very much. These trees are beautiful. I know because for complicated reasons, she's growing them on my property. And I can vouch for their health and beauty and love. All right. So randomly chosen of all the on-site attendees, Stephen Love. There you go. Megan Otter. Megan Otter. Okay, great. You got one. Alex Palmer. All right, very good. Michael Toth. Michael Toth. Oh, Paul Zimmich. Great. And Christopher Tomlinson. Tomlinson. Yes. Yes. No. No. Okay. Kate Chappell. Oh, all right. Caitlin Collery. Yes. Great. And Tim Dane. Yep. Okay. Andy Evans. All right. Valerie Katz. No. Okay. Patrick Neville. All right. Well, we're going to go with those and take your pick. Yes, Bill. All right. It's a free for all for black locusts. He grows great black locusts. I've got 4 of them, and boy, are they big and beautiful after just a couple of years. All right. That's fine. Thank you again, Julie. Julie, you can explain the species you have and people can make their choice. All right. That said, I want to move on to David Burke from Holden Forest and Garden, who's going to be talking about live forest inoculation. David?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me all right? Yeah, great. So it's great to be here, and obviously I am the last speaker. Usually when I attend these sorts of symposium, I'm usually the only person using the word mycorrhizal fungi, and 2 people have actually used that word before me in a talk. So this is very exciting for me that I'm not actually introducing this weird word mycorrhizal fungi. We're used to using with that word all the time because when we're thinking about live soil inoculum, it's those mycorrhizal fungi that we're most interested in. So we're going to talk a little bit about what those guys are today, what we do as researchers in my lab at the Holden Arboretum, and also a project that we're working on, which Robert talked about a little bit. So we're partnering with folks who are planting trees within the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy program to use live forest soil to see if it actually improves the growth of trees and the performance and survivability of trees. So with that said, let's see. Great. So when we're thinking about forest soil, we're thinking about microbes in general. We can think about a term that's kind of new, and this term is microbiome. And when we're talking about the microbiome, we're talking about fungi, bacteria, microorganisms that live on another organism. So that could be trees or it could be ourselves, right? So we can think about the human microbiome, for example, and we're talking about bacteria or fungi that live on our skin or in our intestinal tract. And you may have heard people in the medical community saying, hey, you should eat a yogurt, have some probiotics, right? This will improve your gut health. This will improve your health as an individual because all of those organisms are potentially beneficial. When we're thinking about trees, we're also thinking about that microbiome. We have bacteria and fungi that live on leaves, that live on branches and trunks, and of course, roots, which is in some ways equivalent to our digestive system, right? So this is where plants are absorbing nutrients from soil. And so these fungi and these other organisms that live in soil and are on roots are really important potentially for the cycling of those nutrients and the ability of plants to absorb nutrients. The major group that we're thinking about when we think about the plant microbiome are these mycorrhizal fungi. And so you can see a picture there of a book. That book's called Mycorrhizal Symbiosis. It's been written by Sally Smith and David Reed. And what you can see there, and we're going to use our big stick, what you can see here is this pine seedling, and you can see sort of the stem here, and then you can see the roots that go down into the soil. The other thing you can see are all these sort of white threads, all those white threads that run through soil. Those aren't roots, those are actually fungal hyphae. They're fungal threads that go through the soil and explore soil. And what they do is they absorb nutrients, and then they exchange those nutrients with the plant for sugar, right? The products of photosynthesis, so simple sugars. And so this is the way these fungi make their living, partnering with the plant. So this is an example of a beneficial mutualistic relationship. It's very similar to what you see with plants and pollinators, right? So in some ways, when we think about plants and pollinators, it's a very obvious, right, beneficial relationship between two organisms, right? We see it all the time in our gardens. The pollinators are visiting the flowers and getting nectar, sugar, right, which they use. And in exchange, they're moving pollen around, right, which helps increase reproduction of the plant seed set. These guys are the bees of the soil world. We don't really see them, they're underfoot, right? But they're there and they're kind of having the same type of relationship. They get their sugar from the plant and the tree in this instance. And in exchange, they're providing the tree with nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus primarily, but other things like iron as well, calcium. So they're incredibly important. About 85% of all trees 85% of all plants form these relationships. And most of the trees that we're going to be planting in our communities form these relationships as well. Now, this is a pine seedling here. Those guys form relationships with fungi that are called ectomycorrhizal fungi. And you can see that here on this lower part of the screen here on your lower right. This is actually a lobley pine root tip, and it's colonized by a fungus in the genus Tricholoma. And what these fungi do is they actually grow on the outside of the root. So they'll cover the root like a glove would cover your hand. And then what they do is they extend, you see their threads out into soil. They explore that soil and grab those nutrients and exchange them with the plant. So members of the pine family form these relationships, as well as anything in the oak beech family. So we heard a lot about oaks and beeches. You will see these guys on those root tips as well. Hickories, any plant in the Fagaceae will form these relationships. Many of your other trees form relationships what are called arbusculum mycorrhizae or endomycorrhizal fungi. And you can see those here in the center. These don't form on the outside of the root. They actually colonize the interior of the root. And the way we can see them is by taking that root and staining it with a dye that makes the fungal structures look blue. And so these we would find on trees like sugar maple, tulip poplar, cherry, apple. They also form on the vast majority of our herbaceous plants as well. So if you're in a garden and you're growing tomatoes or corn in your backyard, these guys would be in the roots of those plants. One thing about these fungi, these ectomycorrhizal fungi, is they also, many of them produce mushrooms like this ruchula here, which is a common mycorrhizal colonist of these tree roots. And so many of these fungi do produce mushrooms. Many of them are edible, things like truffles, for example, chanterelles, or all the reproductive bodies of these ectomycorrhizal fungi. And if you didn't know it, September is National Mushroom Month. And so we're celebrating that at the Holden Arboretum because not only are they important, but they're also delicious and they're nutritious as well. So they're really important. And when we're thinking about them, we're thinking about things like nutrient uptake, thinking about drought tolerance, because they can help trees acquire water and also resist pathogens. So they can actually improve disease resistance because they can resist pathogens. One way in which they do that is just by colonizing the root itself, but they can also in some instances produce antibiotics and antimicrobial compounds that will suppress pathogens. So these guys are really important. A lot of the stuff that we've done has focused on trees, but trees grow very slowly. So sometimes what we do is we work with forest wildflowers. So this is false Solomon seal here, and this is Jack in the pulpit. And this one has access to mycorrhizal fungi, and this one does not. And so it can change the growth pattern of these wildflowers. It can also potentially change the growth pattern of trees as well. And a lot of the work that's been done looking at these organisms in soil has been done really within ecological context or in a forest restoration context. And a lot of it's been done in agriculture for all the obvious reasons, right? So if we're planting our farms, we want to maximize productivity, right, and yield of crops. And so a lot of time, a lot of effort has gone into looking at agricultural systems. But not as much time has gone into looking at forest research, especially within urban spaces. So why do we need research in this space? Why do we need research within the urban sphere? So many of the trees that we're planting within the urban space have problems with soil, right? So when we're thinking about soil in urban environments, it's really not, in some ways, optimal for tree growth, right? We're talking about fill in many instances. We're talking about compacted soils. We're talking about soils that might not have a lot of organic matter or nutrients. And of course, trees are subjected to other stresses. And so in many urban spaces, we may have heavy metals in soil, for example. And so all of these things really will impact and impede potentially the growth of trees, but also their survivability. And so there's a real need to be looking at these relationships, these microbial relationships within these spaces. Many of these soils may not have the ideal mutualists for these trees, or they may not have many microbes at all, especially given some of the challenges that you see within these urban soils. And so that is just one more stressor that these trees are dealing with. So if we can restore those communities, we can restore those mycorrhizal fungi and other types of microorganisms, can that actually improve tree growth? Can it improve tree performance? Can it improve survivability? We know that about 3 years after planting, we can expect about 1/3 of trees planted within urban spaces to die. So if we can reduce that mortality, then we've probably done something good. So we have some previous experience with urban tree restoration. And one of the projects we worked on with the Cleveland Metro Parks and Connie Hausman, who's right here. Connie recruited me to work on this project with her back in 2015. And we worked with Connie and the Metro Parks on this project, as well as with Gene Burns at Case Western Reserve University, who's a professor there. And at Acacia Reservation, we did a large planting in what is the former driving range. And so about 450 trees were planted here of 3 different species. We used red oak and tulip poplar and black cherry. And about 1/3 of each of those species received a forest soil inoculation. And about 1/3 of them received a commercial mycorrhizal inoculation. So if you've gone to the nursery, your local nursery, you can actually buy commercial mycorrhizal inoculum, right? So some people use this to try to add these fungi in, right? Improve the microbiome of the roots. And there's some question as to how well those commercial products work in terms of improving tree growth and stuff. So we purchased some of that and we used that in our study. And about 1/3 of the trees actually went into the soil itself, just directly into the soil. And so that's one of the experiments we've been working on. The other experiment that we've started is at the Arboretum itself, the Holden Arboretum. This is our Upper Baldwin property. And so into this field, we're doing some forest restoration. We planted 9 different species of trees, 2 shrubs, and then we added different types of soil from a forest that either had these ectomycorrhizal fungi, so sort of an oak beech dominated forest, or these are Arbuscula mycorrhizae, a sugar maple, tulip poplar type forest, and then a young forest that was developing on land that really wasn't agriculture, right? So a lot of our lands, a lot of the forests that we see was at one point in agriculture, and it succeeded. And so we were using soil from a younger forest within this context. Now, what we do is kind of simple. What we do is we collect soil. This is Andy Lance, who is a graduate student at Case, who kind of made Acacia Reservation a major part of his dissertation. And he's adding mycorrhizal inoculums for our soil and the commercial inoculum to some tulip poplar trees within the polyhouses at the Holden Arboretum. And what we're doing, I think Robert mentioned this a little earlier, we're taking soil really just from the top couple of inches. So we're not going too deep. We're just taking the top couple of inches because that's where we see most of the microorganisms within these systems. And we're sieving out the roots and such. And then we're using that soil to inoculate. And it's a small amount. So these coin envelopes, these are just normal coin envelopes. That's where we put the soil that we've prepared for inoculation. And that one coin envelope is what goes into a pot there. And this is Claudia Viktorov, who works with me as a research specialist, sorting some soil last fall. And this is what it looks like on the benches when we're sort of drying it, because we do air dry it prior to sieving it and then parsing it out into the packets that we use for inoculation. Now, last year, we began to do some work with the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy program. We were working with two projects, really, one with the Metro Parks and another with the Cleveland Metropolitan Housing Authority. And what we did was we inoculated trees. So we inoculated half the trees that we're working with. So we did about 170 trees altogether last year. So about half of the trees receive forest soil and the other half do not receive forest soil. So we've got a control and we have our forest soil inoculation. And so what we do then is we actually look at these trees, we measure their height, we measure the diameter about 30 centimeters or 12 inches above the base. And then we're going to do follow-up monitoring, right? So a year afterwards, we're going to go back out, we're going to measure them all again. We're going to do it 3 years later. And in addition to looking at height and tree diameter, we're also going to be just looking at whether they lived or died. And we're going to look at whether or not they're in good condition in terms of the canopy. And so this will give us some idea as to whether forest soil can actually improve the growth of some of these trees. And this is what some of these trees look like prior to planting. So these were some of the trees that were slated for the Housing Authority, and we were measuring them out at Holden. So some ideas as to what we've learned so far and why we think this idea of inoculating trees within the urban space will be successful. So at Acacia Reservation, one of the things we found after 2 years was that there was no change in survivorship. So whether we planted them with a commercial mycorrhizal inoculum, or they went directly into the golf course, or we added a little bit of forest soil, there was no change. Anywhere from 85 to about 87.5% of the trees survived that planting. So that's actually pretty high, but we don't see any differences with the forest soil. One thing we noted was that there was actually an increase in potential pathogens in the control soil. So the forest soil and the commercial inoculum actually had fewer potential pathogens in a particular group. And you can see that group there is Chalara. One of the things we did find was we found that forest soil affected tree growth, but it did it based upon the species. So with tulip poplar there, that's Liriodendron, we found a significant reduction in height with the addition of forest soil. But when we look at black cherry, prunus down here on the bottom, we actually see a significant increase in height with forest soil. So forest soil can affect growth, and it looks like it's dependent upon the tree species. What's interesting is both of these trees form relationships with those arbustia, the mycorrhizal fungi. So they have the same type of fungi, same type of mycorrhizal fungi, but they're performing slightly differently. So there may be some differences depending upon the tree that we plant. The other thing I would add is that even though there's a bit of a suppression there, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because sometimes if trees put more energy into root growth, which could be happening, they're actually more resistant to drought and other stresses. So this was after a short period of time. It was published in Restoration Ecology, and it's an interesting result, and it makes us believe that forest soil can change growth of trees, but in some instances at least increase growth. One thing we saw consistently with this was whether we looked at tulip poplar or black cherry, what we see is we see increases in nutrient availability. But the nutrient that increases changes with plant species. So with tulip poplar, we see increases in phosphorus availability, and with black cherry, we see increases in nitrogen availability. But in each case, we see increases in nutrient availability. And generally, if you have more nutrients, right, that should be better for tree performance and tree growth overall. So leading us to believe that, again, forest soil inoculation may improve the growth of these trees because you have more nutrients. Now, we've also done a little bit of work at that lower Baldwin property. This is very preliminary. We've had 2 years of work. And in general, we don't see a lot of changes. We see some increases in diameter expansion after a couple of years, mostly with some oaks, but it's still very early in the study. So these data are courtesy of Emma Dawson-Glass and Katie Stubel, who are our colleagues at Holden. So this is continuing. But what we did learn, one of the things we learned was that forest soil didn't really affect survivorship again. So mortality is the same. If we plant them directly into the field, or we're looking at the different types of forest soil, we don't see any changes in mortality. But we think we have some research needs here, because when we're looking at the lower Baldwin site, or we're looking at, say, acacia, we're not, acacia is kind of urban, but not, right? It's a meadow, it's an old golf course, there's plenty of existing trees around. That could be adding mycorrhizal inocula to the soil. And so many of those trees, that acacia, might be colonized by mycorrhizae. When we're dealing with an urban situation, we may not actually have that mycorrhizal component. We may not have that same soil flora to deal with, right? Because the soils are highly disturbed in many instances. So we think there's a real need to move more into true urban situations. And when we're dealing with an urban space as well, we have a lot more impervious surface, right? So this dogwood here is not growing within the same environment that we'd have at one of our restoration sites at the Arboretum, or even at Acacia Reservation. So what we want to do is we want to really kind of look at this and see whether this forest soil can actually improve growth and survivorship. So as I mentioned, we started last year with 2 projects that we worked on. This year, we're working with 9 different communities, and we have about 700 trees. I think I said 740 earlier. I had that 340 stuck in my head. But we're working with about 700 trees. About half of those will receive forest soil and half will not. And then we'll do our follow-up measurements a year, and then 3 years later. So we'll do those initial measurements, and then a year and 3 years later, we'll do measurements. And so we'll get a sense as to whether or not the forest soil improves growth and survivorship. And even if it doesn't, I think this is a really interesting study. The reason being that we're working with lots of tree species. And because we're working with lots of different tree species, we're going to see something, right? So we're going to see whether some species perform better or worse within the urban space. And so that would potentially lead to some recommendations for urban tree planting. And Dan was talking a little bit a while ago about recommendations from a climate change perspective, but we may also want some recommendations from a point of view of, well, what grows best in Cleveland, right? We can look at national standards or national selection guides, and Holden's produced a tree selection guide as well. And that's based on sort of national standards, right? But trees that grow well in Baltimore may not grow as well in Cleveland, and vice versa, right? And so there might be a need for regional information and data about what really grows best here, so that we can sort of fine tune our planting efforts. So we think that we will get that out of this study, and thanks to all the partners who have agreed to work with us. But we also are excited about the prospect that soil fungi might actually be able to improve growth and perhaps reduce at least mortality within these spaces. We don't see it yet, but maybe it can help reduce mortality within these urban spaces. And if not, perhaps improve tree growth over the long haul. And with that, I will take any questions that anybody has. So the commercial product we used was called MicroGrow, which is comes from a company called Fungi Perfecti. It's used to, it's a commercial mycorrhizal inoculum. It also has bacteria in it. We did not see any effects, any positive or negative effects. It didn't seem to alter mortality or in any way, but also you can see here, it also didn't improve growth or change growth relative to control. So what we're showing here is we're showing forest soil in the commercial inoculum. The commercial inoculum didn't improve tree growth or height or diameter, didn't decrease it, didn't change nutrient availability. It's really just the forest soil that did that. Didn't affect survivability either. Here's your commercial inoculum. It's all about the same. Has it worked for you? Yeah, okay. It could very well depend upon the purchase, the type you purchase, right? So the one that we purchased, we didn't see any effects. And other folks have seen that with some of the commercial inoculums. Tree saver, okay. All right. Yes. Yeah, so a lot of those, and I think that's a case with the product that we used as well, is they have kelp extract or something like that in there, which might give it a little bit of a nutrient boost.
Bill, I'm going to ask you to take it up with Dr. Burke.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very nice. All right. So now we make the big transition, and our panelist table will fill up. We had invited 6 panelists who agreed, and one of them, for reasons beyond his control, could not make it today. So we will have 5 panelists, and I'll ask you to assemble at the table now. And I am going to move this microphone a little closer. Thank you. So if you want to take yeah. Yeah. Okay, so where are they? Okay, the CEU materials are just outside at the registration desk for anyone who has to leave, for arborists or anyone else who needs the continuing education. Hey, David. CEUs are outside to the right. CEU materials outside just to the right.
We should. Okay, that's a lot.
All right, we'll
Test 1.
take another minute or two to settle in.
Just trying to figure out the best way to look at. Let me see. I have to do a lot of craning. Sounds good. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yep. We just got back from national.
All right, everybody, may we settle in quickly. We'll need quiet for this. We will need quiet. That's nice. Settling in. All right. We have the hall does close after we're done, so we can't be late on this, but we want to have a good discussion. We have 5 panelists today, and they are sitting in order of their names from left to right, order of the names on the screen. And the rationale behind this panel discussion is to get people in front of you who actually get trees into neighborhoods, who work with the issues of recruiting people to plant trees, and in particular, engaging public interest in tree plantings in neighborhoods, especially underserved neighborhoods of Cleveland. So we consider this to be the final layer. And for me, it's the bottom up. These are the people who actually work in the neighborhoods. So we have asked each one of them to give a 3 to 5 minute introduction on who they are, their organization, and what their organization does where. And for me, I want to encourage the discussion that follows, and then we're going to open it up to the public here. And I think the questions that we're all concerned about is how do we turn trees, the issue of trees, planting, maintenance, everything, from the zero-sum game that it seems to be now, where some communities get a lot and others don't get very much. How do we change it from winners and losers to basically a more equitable process for trees? So if we go in order, we will start with Erica Burnett from the Famicos Foundation.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Yes, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Erica Burnett, Director of Community Building and Engagement at Famicos Foundation. We serve Glenville, Huff, and St. Clair Superior. There is probably about 35,000 residents that are in that particular zone. Of course, with my title, I don't do just trees. That's one of our areas of focus, which is a great area of focus for me because I was able to select that as an area of focus at our organization. Our organization primarily focused on affordable housing and a lot of different programs. When I came to the organization, trees were not a focus. So our executive director did allow me to choose that as an area of focus, and I'm grateful that he did. So it has grown, but there are also many challenges that we face when it comes to tree planting, and as being an area of focus for us. And I'll get into that a little bit later. But that is pretty much my intro.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Erica. And next we have Whitney Long Jones.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the response.
We're not going to bite.
No, not at all. So as was stated, my name is Whitney Long Jones. I'm the Executive Director of Organic Connects, Inc. And our nonprofit organization focuses on environmental justice and community engagement. And a lot of what we do is really based on how we want to reframe the narrative of being a part of the environmental justice movement and what that really means. So our target audience is Cleveland, but we work with a lot of Northeast Ohio. We have partnerships in pretty much all over the country, and anyone is welcome to engage in our programming. So we incorporate outdoor recreation to make it fun. Access to nature is a huge issue that we've come up against, especially as we are focusing on Black and Brown communities and low-income neighborhoods. So how do we really engage folks in the importance of understanding sustainability when folks are struggling with meeting their basic needs? So priorities for planting trees, which I'm sure we'll discuss a little bit more, is low on their list when you're trying to feed your children or pay your rent. So having the conversation about cultural history and the social barriers that exist are extremely important to addressing some of those issues and trying to make the connection to people's daily lifestyles to understand not just the importance of sustainability, but how they may already be living sustainably. So it's really reframing that narrative and revisiting reflecting on the fact that we used to live on the land and with the land. And not only that, but once we can put that into perspective, it turns on a light bulb in a lot of people's minds and just really brings them back to how things used to be. So getting that conversation started is really, really important. Developing relationships. Is my mic on?
Pull it just a bit closer to,
Okay.
to you. Yeah.
Where did I leave off? Building relationships, developing that trust are really important aspects of the work that we do.
Okay. Thank you, Whitney. Kathy Len.
Hi, my name's Kathy Len. I'm the Sustainable Cleveland Manager for the City of Cleveland Office of Sustainability. And what I'd like to do in the few minutes I have is not talk about the work that I do, but I'd like to highlight the work of 3 neighborhood tree groups that have come together to help grow the canopy in their neighborhoods. We can't just depend on our cities to grow our canopy. Even if they planted all of the potential planting sites, it wouldn't be enough to get to the percentages we'd like to see. So we do need residents and commercial properties to also start planting and maintaining trees so that our canopy can grow. So I'd like to just highlight 3 groups. These are the Ward 15 Tree Canopy Steering Committee, the Tremont Gardeners, and the Heights Tree People. And we brought all 3 of these groups together the other day just to, so I could learn more about what they're doing, but also so they could meet each other and learn from each other. I mean, these are all very passionate people that have been brought together because of their passion and because of the needs they see in their neighborhood. So I'd like to just highlight each one of them just a little bit because they do differ in their structure and in their funding and a little bit in who the participants are also. So the first one I'm going to talk about is the Tremont Gardeners. And a couple years ago, they hosted an initial kickoff meeting in Tremont at the Treehouse Pub, led by a tree steward. And after that meeting, they came together several more times and came up with a plan. And this wasn't only a planting plan, but as we've heard today, a maintenance plan was also very important. And they wanted to plant trees in Lincoln Park. So they also brought together other stakeholders. They brought together some of the staff from their CDC, or Community Development Corporation. They brought together their councilmen and other interested residents. And they planted trees and they continued to care for them in Lincoln Park. They also went to some of their residents in CMHA housing and asked if they were interested in trees, and they were. They found that no one had ever asked them before if they wanted trees. So those are some of their successes. The next group is the Ward 15 Tree Canopy Steering Committee. This committee is in the northwest neighborhoods of Edgewater, Cudell, and Detroit Shoreway. And this initiative was spearheaded by their councilwoman, but she brought together some of the residents, also the CDC. She was involved, and some of the nonprofits. It also turned out that some professional and certified arborists live in the neighborhood, which was a nice bonus. And they applied for one of the county's Healthy Urban Tree Canopy grants in order to do an inventory of the trees in their neighborhoods, and have been working off of those recommendations. They also formed 2 committees. the Tree Planting Committee, and Tree Preservation. The last group I'm going to talk about is based out of Cleveland Heights, and their focus is on planting trees in Cleveland Heights and University Heights. They're called the Heights Tree People. They are led by a very passionate woman who is actually here today and whose family for generations has been very passionate about trees. They have planted almost 800 trees in residents or homeowners' front yards. These are trees that all a resident has to do is request a tree. They will come and help plant the tree, all for free. And they get their funding just from donations and from a patron who it sounds like is using his retirement funds to help reforest his neighborhoods. So each of these groups has a little bit different governance structure, but they're all driven by their passion for trees. And hopefully you can use all of these groups as models for ways to get involved in your own neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Sean Terry.
Thank you. Am I on? Can y'all hear me?
Pull it a little closer.
A little
There you
closer.
go.
There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope y'all are doing well. I'm Sean Terry, Ohio Director for Trust for Public Land. First off, I just want to preface this by saying I'm probably the least knowledgeable of trees in the room, but grateful for the opportunity to be here and talk with y'all today. Trust for Public Land is a national nonprofit. We focus on connecting everyone to the outdoors. We do that through two of our primary initiatives, one being Parks for People, which focuses on activating park spaces and creating park equity in Cleveland, and the other through traditional land protection, land conservation. The Trust for Public Land has been around in Ohio since the 1970s, and we have a national presence with a close local tie to Cleveland. Our office here is located down in the Flats. I'm here really to talk about two topics. We have a really unique opportunity to elevate parks and green space in Cleveland. The city just released its first RFP for a parks master plan, the first ever for the city of Cleveland. The Trust for Public Land does not have any consultant ties to that RFP. We are actually providing complementary research by way of a national Park Equity Accelerator, which has identified 6 cities, Cleveland being one, to receive technical assistance. One of the sub goals for our research really is going to be looking at the vacant parcels that we have both in the city and county purview, and how those can be activated to create additional green space. So we know that we have the opportunity to really elevate parks and green space as a priority land use in the city. And we want to be able to provide assistance while doing that. One of the mechanisms that I really want to highlight is our decision support tool called Climate Smart Cities Cleveland. It's a free web-based GIS, Geographic Information Systems application that residents can use to really start to quantify climate benefits on green infrastructure, trees included. So this fall and winter, we'll be deploying a number of community-based workshops at our office. We want to invite residents and community groups, folks that have been identified as recipients in the first round of the county funding and the second round to really come in and explore our tool to look at ways that they can quantify their benefits. We oftentimes with tools and web-based data portals, sometimes we get too academic. Our goal and my goal as our director is to bring that down. We want to be able to communicate and have residents be able to speak the language and nomenclature about how those benefits can have tangible results, improve grant applications, you name it. So that's sort of one perspective that I want to speak to here today.
Thank you, Sean. And David Wilson.
Thanks, Roy. And just want to say it is an absolute pleasure to be here in this space with you and also share this table with such distinguished panelists. I come into this conversation wearing many different hats. I am here today as project manager at Land Studio, which is a nonprofit which manages public art and public space development projects in the city of Cleveland. None of our work is possible without collaboration, without making the connections with the communities that we work in, with our partners, many of whom are on the table and some of whom are in this room right here. It really does take a village to make projects, any type of project possible, particularly when we're talking about planting trees. So I bring to the conversation also a design perspective. My training is in landscape architecture. So, you know, when we see projects that go in the public realm, the ones that are successful or the ones that fail really depend on building that coalition in the very beginning. Also, it depends on maintenance, making sure that we are maintaining the spaces, and that is factored in from the very beginning. Otherwise, we are saddling communities with spaces that provide either provide no value or negative value in the long run. So sustainability is going to be a key in that discussion as well. I'm going to leave the comments at that so we can get into the discussion.
All right, thank you, Dave. You see what a great range here of people working in implementation in the neighborhoods, and standing here listening. Tell me if this is terrible, but I think conceptually what we have here is the mycorrhizal connection with some of the neighborhoods. And so now we open it up, and ground rule, please ask a question. First of all, I'm going to have to repeat the question, so I'll appreciate if it is a question. But of course, questions, some of them need context. Give us the context, but it has to be a question, okay? And we have a great range here from foundations, nonprofits, municipal arborists, and everything in between. So once again, you are in some sense resources, and these panelists represent where these resources can go. So the way I see this, the way I'm going to try to moderate this is an exchange between resources and the places and people where it's needed. Okay, with that, first question. Yes.
I will actually bring this closer to you so you can take this as a question.
Tell us who you are.
You all work in. And I was thinking that maybe we need to involve more of like the engineering trades in what we do, because, and I don't know about you, my question really regards to where the obstacles are in getting trees into the environment. So I find I'm always fighting with transportation engineers or the utility company or other types of engineers, and obviously bureaucracies as well. So how can we streamline that? Because I can't put a tree there because there's lines under the ground, or I can't put a tree there because there's lines up above, or we plant a tree and they cut a big hole in it, yada, yada, yada. So that's
okay.
Kinda.
Thank you. Good question. And I believe you're addressing it to the whole panel. So you'll take from whoever wants to answer. All right. Thank you. Any takers?
I'll attempt, but I think I have the same question. I think that is one of the biggest challenges we have as far as tree planting in the neighborhood is where to put a tree. Someone spoke of that earlier today. It's difficult. You're fighting with so many different things, lines, short tree lawns, already damaged sidewalks. There's so many barriers that exist. So it's a lot of work that has to go into figuring out where those trees go. And unfortunately, we miss a lot of opportunities because we have all these existing infrastructure in place that prevents us from putting a tree where it could go and be more beneficial and add to the canopy that the city desperately needs, especially in the neighborhoods that where I am in Glenville, Huff, St. Clair Superior. Glenville doesn't have a huge tree canopy issue. What Glenville really has dealing with wires is large trees, older trees is a older neighborhood with very large trees. Trees that are not maintained on a regular basis, which causes a lot of problems for homeowners with roofs, existing roofs, garages, bickering between neighbors. Your tree is overgrown on my property. So you see a lot of those issues that come up as well. So one of the challenges that come from that is if there is no tree canopy maintenance that's going on in the existing, why would I take on a new tree to begin with? So then you have that. So when we approach residents to put a tree in the ground, well, what about this tree here? It's expensive to trim a tree. It's expensive when you ask a homeowner to trim a tree. That's not a priority for them. That's probably last on the list for them is trimming a tree. So it's just about maintaining that. I think where we need the most assistance in our neighborhoods is around the existing tree canopy and making sure that it is properly taken care of so that we can increase the tree canopy and put new trees in, but also looking at those barriers too. So looking at how street by street, what are those challenges? I go street by street and I see them every day. And it's mostly wires. We can't put a tree in. It's a perfect space, but there's wires. And that's when you're looking at it from the perspective of the tree lawns. When you're looking at the residential, the house itself and like front yard, backyard, you're looking at the existing. And is there space for a new tree? How will it impact the tree that's already there? Will it impact the neighbor's tree? So you're looking at all of those different areas to figure out where the trees make sense. And if it does make sense, will the resident take on a new tree?
I'll jump in, and Erica, I think those are excellent comments. I think it also underscores and highlights the importance of education. And Greg, I think you were getting a little bit to this in educating, the designers and the engineers. As we know, cities aren't built or designed for trees, or they actually haven't been over many, many generations. I think we need to kind of flip the switch in the paradigm here, because trees should be considered as infrastructure and as crucial infrastructure in healthy and sustainable neighborhoods, particularly in the face of the challenge, in the face of challenges that we're seeing today with climate change and even increased urbanization. So, it's really going to take a concerted effort, and we're starting to see here in this room, like people highlighting the benefits that trees have, not only for our ecosystems, but for our human populations, for social engagement and development. So I think it is a matter of educating folks. Also, we need to kind of take a hard look at zoning codes, what's in the books already, how urban centers are developed. If we are flipping that switch to say trees and nature are critical infrastructure, we need to have rules and code in the books that encourage that. So that hopefully that wasn't too complicated, but there's a lot of layers to that question.
You stole my thunder a little bit when you talked about the education. I agree. I think that's a critical step. 90% of the work is done up front before you even put a tree in the ground. So I appreciate the question, Greg. And you already have my wheels churning, thinking about, ways that we can enhance our climate smart cities tool. I know we focus a lot of the data layers on climate impact, but really being able to look at that hard infrastructure that's already in place and seeing where those conflicting points may exist. I think that's a layer of transparency that we probably need to think about. I know the city is providing more transparency with its data and mapping, and I think that's a positive step in the right direction. But if there are ways that we can contribute to that, and other agencies that also have mapping applications, really being able to look at that complete picture before you take on the responsibility of planting a tree, I think is the point that I'm getting at. Yep.
And I'd just like to make 2 points. One is that the Cleveland Tree Coalition, now that we have a director, which is very exciting, this summer, this fall, we'll be issuing an RFP to start a strategic planning process to address issues just like what you've brought up. But in the Cleveland Tree Plan, goal number 1 is to recognize trees as critical infrastructure. And so that's definitely something that'll be looked at during that strategic planning process. Also, as a way to bring stakeholders together to address issues in the city of Cleveland and to help our urban forester, we're now forming an urban forestry commission that'll also look at perspectives from all different stakeholders and then figure out solutions to address the issues that come up.
And I'll add one more thing to that. So some of the issues that were talked about on the panel, coding, zoning, legislation, infrastructure, that is absolutely important. I think that a need for municipalities to be as progressive as they possibly can, one when communicating with each other. I know City of Cleveland, and Jennifer Kipp has shared this, openly, is as a very small department, she's the urban forester for City of Cleveland, as a very small department, her and a couple other staff, she gets information, on, a little bit later to be able to, or when it comes to removing a street tree or trimming a street tree from the utility company. So there's a lack of communication among them, which, at this point is being worked on and they're improving that. But if it continues, how can we expect other departments within a city's municipality to communicate with each other and then communicate with residents? So residents are extremely concerned when they see a tree being cut down or trimmed without understanding the reasoning behind it. And we're all speaking different languages. So to David's point, awareness, education, communication are really, really huge aspects before we can even be realistic about involving every single person in this process. So I think that needs to be addressed first.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. I'm going to take, just to finish that one off, I'm going to take moderator's prerogative here and say that when Erica brought up backyard trees in Glenville, I'm a consultant for the sewer district, and my beat is the buried streams of Cleveland, east side especially, so Dugway Brook, Giddings Brook. And I spend quite a bit of time in Glenville, and I myself, as an outsider, I kind of adore what you see in the backyards, these wonderful trees. So what I'm saying to you, to people with resources here, there are assets there. Daniel Volk, if you're still here, you could apply your survey methods and I think come up with a measure of quite a bit of carbon sequestered in these basically unmaintained urban areas. They're assets. There you are. These trees, these urban forests are real assets. They need assessment and they need maintenance. Certainly, they need a lot of help, but there's a lot of sylvan resources, shall we say, in these neighborhoods. Okay. Yes. Very good.
Awesome. Thank you all so very much for being here. I think one of the things that's on my mind, I'm Kristen Hall from Cuyahoga Soil and Water, is how can we leverage some of our dollars in programs like the Healthy Urban Tree Canopy program to really start driving the workforce that is going to be needed to plant, maintain, take care of all of these trees that we want to see in the future. My question to you on the panel, whoever wants to take it, we don't need to, not everybody needs to weigh in if you don't feel like it, is do you feel that there is the awareness of these types of positions? Is there an appetite for these types of positions in our communities? And if maybe not, what can the partners in this room who are working on workforce stuff do to better support some of that and create that swell of future folks who are going to be able to do the work that eventually all of us are going to want to retire and hand it off to somebody? So any thoughts on that, please?
I can start with that. We had a really in-depth conversation with ODNR about a year ago.
And there does seem to absolutely be a lack of interest in the forestry field, you know, and in planting trees and taking care of them. And what I think could happen possibly is, speaking to workforce, Kristen, your specific question, is engaging a lot of our youth who are looking for jobs. So can we tap into youth organizations? Can we tap into schools? Can we allocate those funds to pay organizations that would be willing to facilitate that process? Now, there are organizations who are doing that. I want to give credit to Holden for one, Western Reserve Land Conservancy, who offer internships and jobs for students straight out of college. Part of the issue that we're seeing is that when it goes back to information, access to resources, opportunities, the lack of awareness that seems to fall upon our Black and Brown communities for these opportunities. So if you're coming from a low income neighborhood, again, that is just not a priority for you, or that may not be a priority for you when you're making sure that your child is even able to get to school, you know, transportation, coming from an unhealthy home, or going in hungry, you know, the parents, the children have to stay home from school because the parents are working and no one's at home to watch the younger children. So initially, I mean, I think it really goes back to addressing a lot of the systemic issues with our nation. And I mean, that's a conversation for a whole nother day, but that's the reality of the situation that we're in. So once we really start addressing these basic needs that folks are struggling with, and poverty doesn't discriminate, you know, so I don't want to make it seem like there aren't people who aren't Black and Brown that aren't also struggling financially. So we really need to figure out how to address those basic needs. And then, you know, I think offering jobs to our youth and training can be one way that we can start to reinforce that, the idea of workforce development and preparing that next young generation to go into the forestry field.
Great. Moderator's prerogative here again. And that is that I think we're going to have another Cuyahoga Tree Symposium. The interest is here, certainly. And thank you. It could go a number of ways. I know that we have had, especially earlier, quite a number of municipal arborists, other municipal workers, tree commission representatives and the like. And I think it's in that group of people that employment possibilities can be touted. So I see, you know, at least a good session, maybe an entire symposium dedicated to workforce development, especially for underserved communities.
All right.
John?
Raise your hands if you have, first one nearby.
This is a hard one for me to get up and talk about this, but you know, I was a teacher in the Huff area, in the Kinsman area, and worked with the Green Corps over there in Chester in '66. And I've retired and I'm involved in a bunch of different conservation activities and go to a bunch of conferences and symposiums. And my concern is something that was just brought up about the diversity. I would like to see the audience have the same diversity as the panels have of the symposiums and conferences that I go to. And being on the affiliate council for Holden Forest and Garden Clubs, you know, diversity is a main issue for us in trying to get people to go out to Holden. And I see the problem of who wants to drive from Cuyahoga to Holden past all the Trump and Confederate flags. And anyway, how do you deal with that?
You know, I'll jump in here because I do want to piggyback off of what Whitney had said. You know, I think in order for us to really repair our relationship with the environment, we need to repair our relationships with one another. And I'm talking about as a society here, because really what we know, and we've seen, facts and figures all in today's presentations, that the people that are impacted most by the negative environmental impacts that we see across the country have been what we know are Black and brown communities of color. They have bore the brunt of bad decisions, really, rooted in really, things that have really nothing to do with fact, science, any of that. It is our relationship with one another. That is why we are seeing a lot of, just the negative impacts that we are facing as a society today in the environment and in our communities. The one point I did want to make was that, we have heard, especially tied to workforce development, from a number of organizations, folks, it's really hard to go out and find people of color to do this work. It's because we haven't really addressed people's relationship with nature, with the environment. Because I could tell you in some of the neighborhoods that we work in, people's relationship with nature is vastly different than if you were to go a couple miles outside into the inner suburbs of Cleveland. You could just tell by the way trees are either taken care of or not taken care of, but also people's relationship with the natural environment. Even trees, have a negative connotation depending on the community that you're in. So if we don't repair that first, then we can't really get to that next step in repairing the environment.
If I can just add to that, there's no lack of resource or program opportunities out there to really connect people of color from diverse backgrounds to the industry. I'm a byproduct of that, actually. My earlier comment was tongue in cheek. I do know a little bit about trees, probably enough to be dangerous. I probably would know more though. And just for context on my background, I went to an agricultural high school. I went to an agricultural and mechanical college. Started off in environmental science, did internships with the USDA, worked in the Mark Twain National Forest in Rolla, Missouri. And midstream during my education, part of my focus shifted, not because I was scared of the science, 3.8 GPA. It wasn't the academics that really pushed me away from, the environmental science track. It was the experiences that I encountered in rural Missouri, being one of a few Black faces, being in a forest setting where, it gets dark early, 3 p.m. and driving through some areas that, by myself that did not feel very comfortable for me. So I think part of that is something that people of color, Black faces, we encounter when we are in these spaces. And again, it's not for lack of interest. Sometimes it's those external influences that really, can alter one's course. I will say with respect to your comment earlier, Whitney, I do think that there's a correlation that can be made between communities that are struggling, communities that are food deserts, and what types of trees we're planting. This is a conversation that I've had with Samira. There are opportunities to, create that natural correlation with fruit-bearing trees that people can start to see the benefit and really embrace the investment. If they can see an immediate impact. It's one thing to plant a tree for aesthetic value. It's another one. It's a whole different benefit when it's putting food on the table. So I think to your point, Kristen, if there are ways that we can leverage funding, is really, identifying those opportunities to make that connection. Can some of the trees that we're planting in our county really have a direct impact on food access?
If I may, can we get one question from our Zoom audience, and then sir, I'll make my way back to you. One question that came in, it does deal with resources. We have someone who indicated they are tuned in watching on a low income, fixed income, but they have a 50-year-old oak that they wanted to try to get trimmed properly. Do you know of any programs in the area where they might be able to get access to resources to help get the assistance they need to take care of of an issue like that to prevent any potential risk to their property.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the issue again?
There's someone looking for assistance having a tree cared for properly on their property, but is simply cost prohibitive for them in their current financial situation. Just wondering if there's any local resources or programs they may connect with to find some assistance to have this tree cared for properly and not have to drop it for any reason.
I'm sorry, I'm looking over at the Western Reserve Land Conservancy table right now.
Exactly.
Not to call you guys out, but
Yeah, can
I
someone from
think
the
they would,
audience chime in?
they might be the perfect resource to get in touch with. Also, aren't there tree services like, sorry, looking over here, Davy Tree Service? You know, and some other, I don't mean to be speaking out of turn, but is that a yes?
Wait one second. If you are able to offer an answer, I want to make sure you get this to the person who's listening online.
I don't currently know of any resources in place to provide financial support or scholarships to homeowners or residents looking for that maintenance work to be done. I have looked into that with Sam, the director of the Cleveland Tree Coalition, about is this something that could be done. There are cities and nonprofits that have done that successfully, provided financial aid to residents looking for that work, but it's not something that Cleveland currently has. I would say that it is something to address.
Thanks, Lizzie.
I would agree. Thank you for that, Lizzie. That kind of sparked something in my mind. I would even reach out to, I'm not sure what city this person is in, your local council person or the Community Development Corporation, if there's one in the area, because there may be a community group that is doing this work. As Kathy was mentioning in her introduction, there are community members who have come together to address issues around trees. And I would also say to apply for a local community grant to get this work done, to bring in funding, like Neighborhood Connections is an awesome resource. Like I said, depending on what city you're in, because they only focus on Cleveland, some of the local suburbs and East Cleveland, but Neighborhood Connections offers community grants for residents to come together and address issues just like this.
Yeah. Yes, my prerogative again. This is an important issue, and I think that there's room here among, we're Cuyahoga is 59 municipalities, and I think a majority of them have municipal tree commissions of some sort, and they don't have very many resources, but they are good fonts of information about what local possibilities are. So when I say that a future symposium could address these kinds of issues, once again, here's our municipal tree commissions. There are probably 40 of them around the county, and they, I think, are groups that could dive into this, that could help.
I was looking for recommendations on specific steps or methods or processes that could be used to engage a community in the tree planting process from the very beginning. From the conceptual phase is what methods could be used to get community engagement so we could get buy-in to the tree planting process.
See you guys looking down at me. I'll take on that question. So engaging community is really challenging at any level of engagement. I would say what is probably most effective for us, one of the key components to any type of engagement in neighborhoods is building trust. Trust is key. Invisibility is key. When people see you repetitively, they begin to trust. When they know your intentions are true, they begin to trust. I think that is absolutely necessary. If it has to be a street by street approach, then let it be street by street approach. It is not an overnight success story. This is a marathon. If it's door knocking each door to get to know each resident, that has to be done. I've been doing it for a long time, community engagement, so I know this very well. Sometimes it's pop-ups on the street. Sometimes it's just a porch inviting neighbors out. When I first started working in neighborhoods just around rain barrels, I would just find one street leader, one person who people trust, because I knew nobody. So you have to start somewhere. Where's your starting point? Find one resident that everybody know, everybody trusts, and build around that person. Hey, can you invite 5 people over? Can you invite 10 people over? Can we do a rain barrel workshop in your backyard? Yes, absolutely. And that's how it starts. So people see, you build trust. It's the same thing with a tree. Find someone in the neighborhood that people respect and trust, and build those relationships around that person.
Thank you. Just a moment, please. It's 3 o'clock. We're not stopping, but it is the advertised end of the symposium. So I just assume that there'll be people who have to leave. Go ahead, do it as quietly as possible, but we will continue this discussion for a while. Okay, next question. Yep.
How y'all doing? Ron Motley, Sewer District. I want to know, how do you get plants put in at a park? Like, my grandfather is Marion Motley, and he has a park, but they didn't do anything to it. Like, can I get some stuff done to it? Like, it's just an empty field now, like just a green space. So how can I get that taken advantage of?
I'll jump on that one. Appreciate the question, Ron. I think that the opportunity, as I mentioned earlier with the city's master plan, is one that you really want to tap into. The community assessment is going to be the first step in that process. And really engaging stakeholders is sort of that second step. So the city's not determined who the lead consultant will be yet, but keep a watch on that. Certainly you and I should exchange information. We'll be tapped into that process. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll be, providing some technical assistance. So pilot locations, parks, that residents identify as one that we want to be able to elevate to the city, for the city, and really having that transparency where residents aren't seeing the spaces that are near and dear to them be invested in. We want to elevate those. So we should definitely connect.
Well, I have a question to you. Who owns the land? Do you know who owns it? Because I think that's a
I
first
do.
step to start too.
I do. I know it very well. It's the city of Cleveland.
Okay.
And Marion Motley was where Mayor Jackson wanted to put in the motocross park. Okay.
Got it.
It's a very important area, place. It's the ravine of Kingsbury Run. And so it has the Sideway Bridge is on the north end of it. Yeah, it's a
huge, beautiful park.
And I want to say that our missing panelist today, our absent panelist, is Michael Jean-Baptiste. His name is on the program and his email address is on the back page. And I think if you email him, you could ask him that question and tell him you were at the symposium and you should get an answer. Yes, ma'am.
On my way back, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Sandra Albra. I'm with Davie Resource Group. I'm on the Ward 15 Tree Canopy Steering Committee, and we were brainstorming what other groups might be active in our community that we could start to coalition build with that might not on the surface seem related to trees, but that might have overlapping interests. So one of the groups that we came up with is maybe some of the conversation around traffic calming and trees. We could do street walks together. We could talk about traffic calming issues and also kind of plot out where to put trees. But I'm curious if you can think of any active social issues that people are organizing around that might have that kind of maybe not obvious relationship to trees that we could start to coalition build with.
I have one. We have, and it's between organizations, University Circle Inc., Cleveland Neighborhood Progress, and Pamicos. That it's around Rockefeller Park, and the Cultural Gardens. So we do hikes through the Cultural Gardens to bring awareness to that. I see there could be definitely some overlap with trees. We also work with Down Brook watershed as well. They're part of this Rockefeller committee. So that's definitely an opportunity. It has not opened up to residents yet. The only extension to residents has been the hikes, which has been really great. But trees are, of course, along the walkway. So what we're really looking at is pathways where there can be some pathway creation along Rockefeller Park and connecting to the cultural gardens and highlighting Dome Brook.
I mentioned the food insecurity piece earlier. I just echo that. I don't know any organizations offhand that are really focused on that, but again, that benefit of fruit bearing, nut bearing trees, and really elevating the importance around food insecurity, making that connection.
Well, in that case, I have two more. Food Depot to Health. They focus on hoop houses. They focus on food access primarily and Food Strong, where Sarah Continenza, her focus is East Cleveland, Glenville. So she connects with residents around food access as well. So there's definitely Food Depot to Health looks at a lot of fruit bearing trees, connecting fruit trees to residents also in our footprint.
I would even throw out there the FARE project, FARE. Morgan Taggart is the director of that program. They're working on food insecurity as well through Case Western.
Yeah, I was actually going to throw two out there. First, when we're talking about recreation and getting people into the parks and acclimated with their, local trail network, I think SIAT, see you at the top, which you probably already know, the Hoods, Marcia, Ebony, and Erica. They are bringing, kids in the neighborhood out to the outdoors, national parks, going snorkeling and scuba diving, those types of activities that normally they wouldn't be exposed to. So that could be an opportunity to kind of pair a little bit of outdoor recreation with tree planting. And also going to give a shout out to my person here on the left, Roy Larrick. He does some pretty amazing and informative nature hikes and is a wealth encyclopedia of knowledge when it comes to the local ecology here. So I would encourage you to check out one of his hikes to get better connected with the trees that are literally right in our backyard.
Well, thank you very much, David. Yes, my name, for anybody who's interested in this, part of my relationship with the sewer district is to get people to know the local environment. And so if anyone in this room has an idea about a hike, a walk, whatever it is in an area, contact me. Any other questions? Yes. Wait, hang on just a moment for the microphone. There we are.
Good morning. Here's my question. Oftentimes it seems as though institutions get in the way of what we're doing at the grassroots level. Do you have, among the five of you, an institution or a community or a city that's doing it right that could serve as a template for everybody else?
Well, I lived in Pittsburgh before moving to Cleveland about 8 years ago, and actually sat next to the Tree Vitalize coordinator. I worked for an organization called the Western Pennsylvania Conservancy for 4 years, and the things that they are doing around, not only education but stewarding trees is in some ways, a model from where we could be. There are several partners in the Pittsburgh area that have just a lot of great knowledge about the urban tree canopy, some of the GIS, geographical information system mapping that they're doing there. I would say they're probably about like 5 to 10 years ahead of where we could be at this point. So I think we beat them last night, so that's all good. But certainly we could take some lessons from them when it comes to trees and the urban canopy.
I'll add something, Roy, before
Sure.
you
Yes.
chime in there. I think it takes so to answer your question, I'm not aware of any, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. I'm just not aware of the cities to be able to call them out right this moment. Whatever cities are doing it, great. I think it's also the organizations that are on the ground doing the work and partnering with the institutions to have that conversation and say, what are some of the barriers that exist within your organization to preventing the diversity that you're looking for? Can we really start to address how the organization is being operated? So one thing that Organic Connects does is we work with our partners in helping to address some of those issues, some of those barriers. Hiring and recruiting processes. Are you targeting specific inner circles that are not widely broadcasted or directed to Black and Brown communities, specific groups and clubs at a college or university? If you're an engineering major, you have NSBE, the National Society of Black Engineers. Are they receiving information coming from organizations that are hiring at that moment, just as an example? So I think it really takes a conversation and an effort on both ends. We talk about addressing barriers, but it doesn't mean, to Sean's point, it's awesome that, you had the opportunities to get into the school you wanted to get into and study what you wanted. It's more about the access, not that the opportunities don't exist, because you're right, they're out there. It boils down to access. So how are these institutions making these opportunities accessible to any and everybody as best as they possibly can?
Can I speak to just one? I would say institutions that listen helps a lot. I think, it's one thing for an institution to have an agenda. That's great. When you're looking at community development corporations and the people that do the work on the ground, which that's me, when a partner come as an institution and they listen and hear you, hear what your barriers are, hear what the challenges are in the community, that's a great step in the right direction. One of our partners is Cleveland Clinic. They're here in the room. Hello. So we have been doing tree planting for 3 years now. This is our 3rd year. And just having those long discussions about what makes sense. If I'm saying it makes sense to do it this way, they're not challenging that and say, well, let's go over here and do it this way. They're hearing me, they're listening. It makes a great working relationship. This is why we're on year 3. When we say, let's look at where the stewardship is going to be strong when we plant a tree, put a tree in the ground, because our goals are the same. We want to make sure that that tree have the best survival rate. So when I say, hey, let's look at a school, we are doing our 2nd school this year, actually next week. We're working at Wade Park Elementary School planting trees. So that brings in a component of education, partnering with the school to be able to create an outdoor classroom that has trees in it. It may have different types of trees. That brings in a level of education and exposes children to tree planting. They're able to witness, able to participate in something like that, where that has never been an opportunity we've had in the past. So that's a great working relationship. So finding partners that care about what you care about and listen to you, that helps break down. And that is an example, and it can raise a template of what can happen in neighborhoods.
Thank you. One more question. Yes.
Should have given me a heads up earlier.
Getting the steps in.
I could have gotten a head start. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Caroline Tate from Holden Forest and Gardens. We have heard some fantastic information today about historic trees, and we've seen all of those wonderful maps in the different areas where trees particularly lend themselves to growing. One thing I've really learned about the tree planting, and I think probably wider than just Cleveland, is a move towards planting really male trees to not have the mess that is created by female trees, i.e. fruits. So when I think about the range of trees that we have in our living collections, 20,000 different accessions, and the range of trees that we're hoping to start growing in the nurseries with our collaborative partners. My question is, how will the communities and the different clients that you will work with be most open to hearing about other trees and really widening that palette of trees to choose from, so that we don't just see those kind of same couple of dozen that rise to the top of most tree nurseries commercial lists?
I'll jump in. I sit on the Southeast Design Review Board in the city of Cleveland. And the one thing that comes up consistently over and over and over again is design standards. There needs to be, and I know that the city has been over the years, adopting various standards. There needs to be, it needs to evolve with, with where we are right now as a city, but also it needs to evolve with the changing climate as well. Understanding that, we're designing now for communities now, but also, 10, 15, 20, 30, 50 years into the future, the climate's going to be vastly different. So we need to be thinking about resiliency. And we know that biodiversity is crucial to the health and really the success of our planet, has been for many years. So I think it also does come down to education and educating people about the values of planting many different varieties, species of trees. Again, you don't have to go that far to find just amazing biodiversity in Cleveland. You can go to the Cleveland Lakefront Nature Preserve. You can go to Wade Oval. The Dome Brook Ravine is one of these hidden gems, but it is that question of access as well, which I think goes hand in hand with the conversation we've been having.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think we'll call it here. Yes, to our panelists. Thank you all very much. And moderator's prerogative again. If I could try to make an observation that I think takes in these last few points here. I know that there are aficionados of local public radio, now WKSU. And if you are, you know that Justin Glanville is on the second chapter of his series, Behind the Bricks. And first one was Woodhill Homes, Behind the Bricks, literally. And second is Detroit Shoreway. And he has, in the last episode, made a point of revitalization of a neighborhood such as Detroit Shoreway and gentrification. And most any urban planner will tell you, most anything you do leads to gentrification. But there is a fine line there. And I think what Justin is going to be getting at over the weeks that come is that, as we've been saying, you must look around. If you look around, you're going to find the diversity that is a resource for you to build on. And you must be careful. Now, I'm talking about gentrification through housing now. If you are in a neighborhood that you're trying to improve and you put in high-end condos, the result is not going to be good. It's going to be gentrification, generally speaking, over a period of time. And there's a loose analogy to be made with trees and all the resources around trees, that you have to look in the neighborhoods around the natural area, but the neighborhoods themselves. And I think, Sean, you made the point about fruit trees. The neighborhood needs, the neighborhood has to get what the neighborhood needs. So it's always this case of looking around and trying to do that balance of what we'd like to see for a healthy canopy and what we want for healthy neighborhoods. Okay, with that, I'm going to finish. John Utech would like to close with a few words.
I'm going to keep this really brief. I have two questions, two offerings, and a final thanks that I'm going to do. This should take less than 2 minutes. But thanks to you all for staying. Just a question for all of you. Raise your hand if you learned something, made a good connection, just enjoyed lunch. You can do it virtually for those of you online as well. Thank you. Glad to hear it. We need your help. Okay. As Robert said, we're very pleased with the response to this symposium. We want to plan another one. So we're going to send a survey out to all of you who signed up, either and came in person or attended online. Ask what went well and get ideas on how we might plan the next one. Okay, so I see nods. I'm going to rely on all of you to reply to that survey and get it. My other question is, then 2 offers. We're going to make this recording available on the Early Settlers Association website, so you'll be able to replay the symposium to your heart's content on that site. And those of us who are sponsors will provide links to that site. And then for presenters that are willing to make the presentations available, we'll post those there as well. If you're interested in the presentation, you'll be able to find those at that location. Second offer, we have 20 sandwiches and 60 pastries over there. Please take them home. Okay. We certainly want them to find and be used. And then finally, just wanted to say a final thanks, all the organizers, in particular to Roy Larrick and Robert Brand, the 2 founders of this, really the brainchild of them. So it's Let's